Good morning, friends. 13th April 2020, another day of seriousness all over world. A day, let us have a review, fast review of news first. What news actually are there, which is very important. Yahoo says, Yahoo says, Uruguayan woman argues with police when stopped for not wearing. Uruguayan woman. It says when police urged her to follow coronavirus lockdown procedure, she got into an argument with them and threatened to show them mail. Okay. Another one is, and was, there's no specific on this. I think all films. Now, Guardian says universities brace for huge losses. All this old news. Okay, there's no major news in this. I think Trump, US could impose visa sanctions on countries not accepting deportees. It's news. It says US could impose visa sanctions on countries not accepting deportees. Okay, this is also very good news. Bad news for others anyway. Then then all right, let's go to major international news if there is something. Israel closes off Jerusalem's ultra-Orthodox areas, and and there's another one. Alright, there's no major in that. Now I to go to European news. European news, which says, let us see what it says. Just only very fast review. So United Kingdom, Julian Assange's lawyer reveals they had two children. Okay, so something else. Then Italy, Easter, Andrea Bocelli performs in empty Milan Cathedral. Then motor racing legend Sterling Moss dies age 90. Poland, Polish MPs set to debate abortion ban while lockdown prevents protests. And I think this yesterday's news. Johnson thanks NHS. Alright, this all news yesterday. Let's go to Arab paper. Arab paper, what it says, because I'm just going through international news. These news are much better. Now it says OPEC, OPEC plus oil producers to cut output by 9.7 million barrels. All this good news. 9.7 million barrels they will cut to maintain prices. Saudi Arabia records 7 more coronavirus deaths and hundreds more cases. Turkey's interior minister says resigns over short notice coronavirus curfew. This is Turkey. And son of Egyptian coronavirus victim, doctor recalls terror of mob attack. Okay, this is all news, yesterday's news. Now, how young Arabs are reacting to COVID-19 crisis through art. Campaign launched to distribute meat to Makkah's needy. Global action more important, more urgent than ever to prevent spread of virus. Israel tightens quarantine in Jerusalem to halt virus spread. Dubai Health Authority to start treating coronavirus patients with blood plasma. Alright then, Houthi militia breach ceasefire 241 times. And World News says tourists forced to write sorry 500 times over India lockdown breach. There's something different. Tourists forced to write sorry 500 times over India lockdown breach. And this yesterday in Spain's coronavirus deaths rise as some businessmen prepare to reopen. And let's say what Palestine says. I'm just going to major sites and what it says. Palestine. On Easter Sunday, Jewish settlers uproot hundreds of olive saplings near Bethlehem. Israel President Rivlin denies Gantz more time to form government. So it's a problem in Israel. Maybe another election, nobody knows. Or he may give time to Netanyahu. Israel forces detain Palestine teenager in Hebron. World Vision Gaza director detained in Israel. So we go to Al Jazeera. Coronavirus death toll in France near 14,400. 14,400. Could it be third time lucky in Iraq with new PM designate? And African nationals mistreated in China. Erdogan of Turkey rejects minister's resignation over coronavirus. And let's go to Gulf News. UAE considers imposing restrictions on these countries. Country mulls future equipment of workers from these nations. We'll see later on which nations. Expats stranded in UAE want to go home. 19 Indians stranded at Dubai airport for 3 weeks. Let's go to China. In pandemic gripped Washington, rhetoric rises but anti-China bills stall. Trump threatens to cut WHO funding. China and Vietnam like to clash again as they build maritime militias. Lockdowns brought blue skies to China. Coronavirus, China tightens Russia border controls. So this was that. I'll now to video. These are major international news which are very peculiar nature. Current situation of USA is very grim. We all know more than 5 lakh cases there. I think by now around 550,000 and maybe more than 22,000 lost their lives. And it continues. I think it will reach, which will reach, maybe more than 1 million or 2 million cases in USA, as they already maybe they face 200,000 lives, could be more. Well, situation is very, very grim. No one knows what's going to happen. There's nothing people know about. We are also facing same problem. Our country, our government sent 15 doctors to Kuwait and also sent materials to Kuwait. Maybe they requested. This was nowhere in news in our newspaper, but I got this news. Well, it's international support. They do no problem as far as they are safe. Corona name has become very famous now, and I have seen about 12 reports from various international researchers from England, from America, from China, from various other countries. No one has reached any conclusion till now. No one is confirming anything. And even one report which was published in the beginning that it started from China or something like that, means a rumor was spread. Same author have apologized to world that they caused some error and actually there exists no evidence about this, how it generated. They are only imagining something with certain suppositions as usually scientists do, but no conclusion. There is no conclusive evidence. They are only saying now situation is that no one is clear, and what actually is no one knows. All trial and error situation exists. If America fails, if England fails, if Europe fails, you can say that all had been sleeping. Okay, all had been sleeping. It's now more than 3 months, 2 months. Something should have come out, but nothing has come out. Of course, temperature is rising now. Now it is 25 when I'm sitting here early morning, and it was 37 last day. It is increasing, rising. Ultraviolet index is also increasing. Both temperature is okay. In this situation, temperature is acceptable. Even if rises more, today is expected to go to around 40, 30 or 38. That's not bad. It shall give you resistance if you take that. Immunity must be increased. It's clear that US, England, Europe, and our middle class people and our higher class people do not have resistance in body. That's required. If you want to fight with such type of epidemics or pandemics, you must have resistance in your body, which we don't have. Our poor have. Our working class have. It's clear. Our working class who work on because still we are dependent on workers. We are assisted, and this time has proved that they are our strength, though we are not recognizing them. We are treating them as if they are commodities. We can use them and throw them. And now I have seen also some political organizations, some other organizations have started delivering food, which is very welcome step, but government is doing nothing actually. Neither state government is doing anything, though central government is doing. Some states are doing something, means this is for name's sake you can say. Yesterday I saw in news that Mamta, what is her name, West Bengal Chief Minister, she has said I'll feed so many crores of food. Well, that's fine if somebody takes into the question is what government who declared lockdown, they own no responsibility, the people of this country. They are only for name, they are only for declaration. Once they declare something, they run away, they escape. Such type of government I call non-functional, non-existing government, only for face, nothing else. It's not criticism of fact of life because everybody is responsible. As citizen of India, I have every authority to say something. If these poor people are thrown away, these people are not cared, then there's no meaning of any government at any level. I saw yes some organization of youth congress, I don't know who was. They were distributing food on their own level to poor people, 10,000 food per day. They were using a machine which cooks chapati. It cooks chapati, giving 1,000 chapatis in 1 hour. Well, it is a machine here. I saw the complete video. It's good if you are giving to poor people. They were collecting cooked food and they were also distributing raw material to homes who can't come. So such type of initiative is welcome. People should do that because if these people die, if these poor starve, none of them lost lives even after walking hundreds of kilometers because they have immune system very excellent, excellent system they have. They have resisting power. So they digested all this. Corona could not harm them. So this means we should raise our resistance, raise our immunity level if you can. So we should be free of mind. So free in this, oh no, I am strong, I can walk so many kilometers, I can digest sun. I like that if you can. I think you will help yourself. This is corona now, maybe something else follows up, then something else follows up. This means every citizen of world, I say, not here. We are still hot. America is still cold. US is still, and England is still cold. They people are machine oriented all the time. We are also transforming to machine life. Though we should not do that. Otherwise, we cannot live successfully. We shall die one day. If you see environment now, it's very much better than it was before lockdown. This means we are not releasing carbon dioxide. We are not releasing for 2 or 3 weeks now, or 4 weeks. It is clear sky. It doesn't mean that it's okay. Yet it is better than before. But this is temporary measure. This is emergency measure we have taken. When we open, again same thing. Same cars, trucks, trains, flights. You will find same. If we have to think how to live now, we cannot depend on fossil fuels. Fossil fuels means we are spending our money on fossil fuels. Our hard work money going there, and those people who did nothing, they are earning. These Arab people and those people, they have a lot of money. There was a time when it was $130 a barrel, and there's a time it's $30 a barrel. See what a difference. They are not happy with. They still want more because they are getting money free of doing anything. They know this will cause harm to the world, but they have been doing. Since 1935 they have been doing this. In 1950 they were told, they were warned, secrecies are coming out. They were warned that this will cause such type of deterioration to atmosphere, environment, but nobody cared, and they got money and money and money, and still now they want more money. Now they said, okay, we will come down the production. Well, now they are going to reduce 9.7, or you can say 1 million barrel per day. They will reduce to balance of supply and balance of cost. Because all under lockdown, don't use petrol, diesel. Industries are down, factories are down, cars are down, traffic is down, trains are down, flights are down. Wherever production was required, where this fuel was required, everything is down. So they are now started thinking about how to earn money. So only way is reduce production. Okay, no problem. So money comes up. This is international intrigue. We should be careful. I don't care they are Arab. I don't care the British or they are Russia or someone else. Ultimately, we are being looted indirectly. If something can be bought in 30, why should I pay 130? Question is that. So we paid them before. This means their expenses were normal. They just kept looting whole world. So ultimately we lost. If I drive a car, I have to pay them. So question arises, why should we allow them undue benefit? This is a part of thinking. We have to reduce our consumption of petrol. We have to reduce our consumption of all these fuels, and we should use, less wherever your petrol is required, a generator is required, air conditioner is required. Means you have to protect environment. Now its temperature must be AC around. Children are such used to such equipment, they cannot live otherwise. But something has to be done now. A standard of living should not be measured keeping in view how many ACs you have, how many cars you have. All that must be thrown off, rubbed out. If Europe is thinking that way, why we cannot think that way? They are even thinking for clothes, skin touch and all this, and fashion and designers clothing and all that. They are saying write them off. Don't change every 6 months, every 1 year. Keep it for 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, as much as you can drive. Keep your vehicles, keep your equipment to be used for a couple of years rather than changing every year and writing off and taking another one, because this is going to pull up your waste of plastic, waste of those products cannot be recycled. This is very important. We should think that. It means, why should we think I am that still I take this mobile today, after 2 years use it, throw it, take another one, but you will throw it somewhere. Who will take from there and recycle it? It can't be. We have to change our lifestyle. That is what nature wants. We have to maintain natural balance. That's very important. When we maintain balance, what happens actually? Tell me one. Say its environment, its sea body, its also water body, river body, earth. Is there some place where we can respire safely? We cannot. Somewhere is carbon dioxide, somewhere is methane, somewhere is hydrogen sulfide, somewhere is something, and we have to consume that. Sometimes chemicals are better for body, sometimes not better for body, and on top of that you are killing birds, you are killing animals, all that you are consuming. Europe is thinking now, after so many decades, that we should stop consuming that. They were sleeping. Now they come up because they are exposed to disease. They say reduce this consumption up to 1/3 or 1/5 or 1/4 like that in so many years. Dairy product they think to reduce. Means they are thinking because they have been beaten by nature. If you are not beaten by nature, you are not adversely impacted upon, you cannot learn. You don't have any initiative of your own to learn. We cannot use our mind to think how we should live, what life we should have. Still we are going on using. If you see these middle class people, they have many cars in each home. Somebody has 5 cars, somebody has 4 cars, many motorcycles in addition to cars. Why do you keep so much? Okay, it's business, I understand. Whole Europe is thinking now if people stop using vehicles, what shall happen to them, because these are major pollutions of good cars and good scooters and motorcycles. They are worried. Let them worry. Why should we worry? Let China worry. Let other countries worry. Let America worry. Why should we think of them? Ultimately, they are earning based on our hard work. What is America doing? What is England doing? What is France doing? They are selling their weapons to us, to other countries, so that we fight and use their weapons and we pay them. So why should we fight them? These people at this moment are concerned only for their citizen, their nation, not for others. America says all foreigners go away, we don't need you. If you don't go away, I will not care for you. Australia has already said all go away, I don't care for you. One by one, gradually, UAE said take off your people or I will change all agreements. There are so many people from Pakistan and Bharat stranded in UAE. Now at this moment no country is interested to invite unnecessary those carriers of virus. Let them stay where they are. But they say no, we will examine them and dispatch from here. Take them. If you don't take now, we will change your memorandum of understanding. They won't like that. This means somewhere, if you see, every country is looking after its own interest. They used us, everyone, for their development for decades. Since 1970s, you can say, they have been using other countries. In our country used, Bangladesh was used, Pakistan, Philippines was used, Thailand was used. All those who were economical for them were used, and all those West people who were Goras, they were used for management. And their own people were owners. Now situation has suddenly, at crashing time, at crashing way, beaten up, impacted their budget. It is same KSA, it is same UAE, it is same Oman, who were talking about 2030 manage, 2030 target. This is our 2030 target. We have to achieve this goal. Now where is that goal? They are struggling for survival. They are struggling. They are obesity people. Means if you check Saudi people, they are very much obvious. Obesity is with them. Every third, every second. Say heavy people, they are heavyweight because consuming fats, consuming meats, doing nothing. Using car all day, using helicopter all day, using flights all day, they do not walk. What is? This is life? You call this life? If your temperature is 35, run away from it, go to room and see in AC. Arabic people, they cannot stay in room if it's not between 15 degrees to 20 degrees Celsius. It's very chilling experience, but they feel happy. They are used to such type of comfortable life. Either you enjoy comfort, you enjoy nature, you have to decide. When there were no ACs, people used to live. When there were no facilities, people used to live. Now what has happened? You can't walk, you can't stand in sun, you can't lead normal life, you need comfortable life. Either use comfort or have resistance. If you cannot walk, if you cannot lead normal life, you will be invited by such guests like Corona. Nature is watching everybody, don't forget. If you think God is not there, God is there. I can't name it. I don't want to name any God. But power is there that is watching each and everybody that is having surveillance on us, we may forget. We remember only when we face problem. This is human weakness. This time it is really surprising. I can't even imagine. An engineer cannot work like this, a scientist cannot work like this. But God has controlled all earth, whole earth, from one curve point to another curve point, coming back to the same point. All areas have been captured by its corona design. For God, corona is nothing. That power can create many coronas. Nothing for God, because God is creator of this, so his master of that, his doctor, engineer, everyone. So that for him it's just 1 second business and he can do that. But we forget actually. We do not respect what God has done for us. Just like we do not respect our parent, what parents have done for us, and we say, no, I want this facility and that facility. This happens. Relation between generation to previous generation. Same thing, we do not care for nature. We did not care for nature. I am not repeating this. This is everybody speaks that. When there is a problem, you conduct seminar, you conduct international meetings, and you speak something and never do that. It happens. They talk of only. Europe talks, America talks, America pulls away from all this liability. He says, no, I'm not least bothered, get lost, I'm separate, I don't go to. Now he's claiming, he's threatening WHO, I won't fund you. Means if you have that kind of nature, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this, you are not alone in this world. You are a part of the world. You cannot show that you are always superpower for everything. You should not say that way. After all, you are a human being. If people have agreed for something, you say, I'm taking off from there, I'm not interested in this. Now, US is used to this kind of negative actions. Not now, for long it has been doing that. From Bush time. Either you are with us or you are with them. Is that a practical statement? Just like Bush said, when there were towers for town, you are either with them or you are with us. You will decide yourself, I am with whom. This kind of nonsense must be stopped. This is not your world alone. You may be America or you may be Russia. This world belongs to every person living on this earth. It's not your exclusive material. You are same person like me, living being like me. Yes, you may say I am very powerful because you are making money due to my work, and you are saying you are powerful. You destroyed Iraq because of nothing. You destroyed Libya because of nothing. You destroyed all other countries. You first produce them, then you use them and destroy them. This is your policy. You first design, you use someone, and then if that person doesn't listen to you, you destroy that person. This is your policy. This is not policy, no good policy. So one day God has to come. Remember, I am not talking religiously. Your parent will look after you when you are naughty. They will guide you or they will beat you. And they generally beat us. Father and mother, if you don't care, father particularly beats its kids. And that should be done. So God is now working on front line to beat you. This is a fact. You may blame something. I think actually this is corona. This is beating of all citizens of earth by God. Otherwise, always poor suffer. Always those who don't have money, who are not haves, they suffer. Rich people never suffer. But now everybody is suffering. Top political powers are suffering. They are not able to understand what to do. Industries are down. They will think 100 times to reinvest or not to reinvest. All economy is going to be in turmoil for a couple of years. This is guaranteed. Don't think if lockdown is lifted, you will start enjoying life. No, you will not. Actual problem you will see at that time. Now you are seeing only some death. Some death only. How many cases? 1.5 million cases say. and that's around 1.1 or 1.2 lakhs. It's nothing in comparison to total population of world, which 8 billion. Actually, if you see percentage wise, it's nothing. But we are all shocked. Yes, it is shocking. We are shocked because whole world is impacted. If only Africa was impacted, nobody would have cared. Or if only our country was infected like that, nobody would have cared. But every country has been infected, and that is the point of boiling water. Here everybody is fired. America and England have been taught a big lesson. Because America always thought I am everything, but they failed to manage drastically. If you see, this is first failure of America. That country which cannot digest, even if citizen is caught by another country, they will create havoc. They would do that. They force every country to come to its feet. Now they are on their own feet. I am not criticizing, feeling happy on that. But question is, where actually mistakes have happened, where people did not care. Why do we submit to US? Question arises, what is US otherwise? Only this is a systematic country and it is having some money, that's all. Otherwise, basically, if you compare citizens of any country with America, I won't find any difference. If you consider with England, I won't find. I have witnessed, I have worked with them. I know what they are. They just spend money and buy others where there's mind and use it. Means they don't care for human, they care for mind and use and throw. That's it. But when you hammer them, they shake hands, they fold hands. Because they want to live comfortable life, they don't want to struggle. And those who struggle, they don't care for problems. They don't care for problems. In Europe, 117 Arabian doctors are working in Italy. Did you know about that? Never did. They work there and 7 of them already lost their lives. This is happening everywhere. You work for them, you lose life. Now, where are those Muslim questions? Where is that Muslim question? When Italy uses them, France uses them, someone else uses them, then Muslim and go, because it's doctor. You use them for your treatment. Otherwise, you say you are Muslim, you are terrorist. Where is that terrorist now? Are they not terrorists now? My question is that one should be human. There are bad, there are good people in every society. Now, what's happening in our country? Complete shameful work we are doing. Muslim brought this. Can you accept as an intelligent person this nonsense statement? If Muslim brought this problem, what is in USA? Are there same people? What is in Russia? Russia was saying, oh, I am safe. Now again, they lied. Russia lied. So they are facing problem. What about these Gulf countries? Middle East countries? These particularly Gulf countries, GCC so-called, they are in totality you can say approximately Muslims. No. Who brought them there? Who brought epidemic there? Muslims. You can say that. We people always bring political interference, political injection into our life for nothing. Means still we don't understand what's happening, what nature wants. Why should I claim some religion when it has nothing to do with me? What is religion giving me? Let us think what it has given us. Accept deception, accept delusion, accept no justification. You pray, I don't say pray to one, but don't depend on that. Do not depend on these. Depend on your own. God will not help you because you are Hindu or Muslim. He will not help you like that. He will help you about your honesty, about your commitment, what sort of person you are. And if you bind yourself with these unrequired, unjustified restrictions of religion, you will stand nowhere. Purpose of education is to open your mind. You believe in whosoever you want, doesn't matter. But humanity is top religion. Nature is religion. Without nature we cannot exist. Without solar system we cannot exist. Without water bodies we cannot exist. Without continents we cannot exist. We are getting food from surface of earth. We are getting our facilities from sea and from crust. We think it that way. Produce, these are God's product. Why to have some belief then? If you are in belief only and not real, you are not facing reality, you will lose something, not something, everything. In 1935, we got oil in Bahrain, and then it thrived everywhere. Just say 1935, not far away, only 85 years. What is 85 years? You think this fuel, fossil fuel, was created in 3 months? It took many centuries from conversion of dead bodies of these creatures in the sea. Billions of creatures are available in sea and ocean. Don't you know? There are every kind of what's called seafood. These creatures are in body of water. In surface, if you go down, maybe heavier creatures are there. They die, and their oil, their fossils oil, is converted to fuel like petrochemicals. We use that. So we just took only 85 years to take out major quantity of that fuel, and in 85 years, no, you cannot get same quantity again. We have to think that way. Not only fuel we have taken all other resources from crust. We cannot go below even 10 kilometers. Did you ever hear somebody has gone 10 kilometers below surface and make a room there? No one. You cannot go there. You cannot even go to sea bottom. Physically, you cannot go. But we can extract oil from there using offshore platforms. We can do that. We are doing that. But we consume that. We were given all facilities. We spoiled them. We have to rethink how we have to live. I think history itself is repeating. Time when people were having clear air, they used to work in fields, in farming. They used to work hard. Everybody used to work hard. So they were healthy. Though there was no hygiene, even then they used to live good life. But now everything is there. Every facility is there, but we are not leading good life. We are leading an artificial life, in which you want to stay in that only. You don't come out. There, do you see some people walking on road in the sun? You will never find. Only some labor class or some laborers' kids you will find walking, coming from school, going to school, all these people driving cycle and doing something like that. Otherwise, motorcycle, scooter, if you just want to go to buy water bottle, they will go by motorcycle or car. You want to go buy vegetable, they will use car. You have to drop your kid to school, you will go use car. Means you want comfort or you want corona, you have to decide. Corona or comfort. I will say corona now, not something. Corona is your teacher. Corona is telling you change your conduct, or I am there. I am stationed here. I'll keep surveillance on you. I'm your radar. I'll see what you are doing. I'll attack on you from time to time. This is what it's saying. When it's not declaring itself what it is, otherwise it's duty to declare what I am. But Corona has not declared yet. And we are not able to go into that Corona's mouth to check what it is. And I may say it will take time. People have started thinking that it will not disappear in months. It will take time. Many people have started doing that. That if somebody is saying wait up to September, somebody is saying wait up to it will take time. So I say that one should be serious about this issue. We have to be serious, otherwise we will be beaten by this continuously. This is my intention to state that we have to think again. Unnecessarily people are calling. I don't know what is their problem. They know I am talking, notices with them. Still they are calling these nonsense people. Nobody can help them. They intentionally disturb me. I know. I don't understand why. Well, let them do whatever they want. Now about this quality system in project management. which is very important from our point of view. At this moment, particularly, we have to see quality of life first. Quality of life doesn't come from facilities, this is clear. Facilities harm everything. Quality of life, you have to decide yourself. What is your quality? You want quality of work, quality of mind, quality of living, or quality of performing? That is up to you. Keeping abreast all other external factors, we have to understand. And being engineers, particularly, it's our duty. Engineer means something like that. A person who is intelligent is defined as engineer, to be very clear. It's not a question of pride that one should be intelligent. This is a requirement. Engineers by name itself is that, but everybody should be intelligent. You may have no qualification, you should be intelligent even in that case. Intelligence, first of all, cannot be bought. Intelligence has to be attained by your experience, by your repetition of activities, and by reanalysis of your work. You have to rethink, revisit whatever you do. If you do not revisit, you are mistaken. Whatever work you have done, don't think is perfect. You do it second time, edit it, check it, and after that, after some time you do it again. You will find a kind of variation of your own work. Why I wrote this, why did I also you amend it. Then you further amend it and keep on amending. And at time comes you say, I have written 3, 4, 5 times and this is my final one. And still after 6 months you check it again, you will find some more in that. It's not because you did right that time or wrong that time. It's because your mental working keeps on changing from time to time. Some words you forgot, you remember now. Some words you didn't know that time. Some more knowledge you got. It keeps on changing. Same way, works move. Experience moves. That's the meaning of experience. Learn more and more and more. And that learning is very important, not from university point of view, from university of life point of view. Whatever I studied in my education, that level has changed now. Everybody does that. What you learn in your school, university is, when you come in your life, you learned many times what you learn in university, but that time you fed into your brain so that that can be used as a computer for your future works. And this further experience helps you. That is important, When I say management, I call project management because that's a project, but it's not simple project management. It is management everywhere. And thus management means how to work actually, that is management. Management, nothing else, is a term only. You are doing whatever you do, you have to think for that. You have to analyze yourself, how best can I do that? How best can I do that is management. There's no title. This is just a creation, just to sell one thing. They are selling themselves. They do not know everything, but selling everything. That's management. Just like salesmanship. Salesmen can speak lies. They can give credit to their work as much as possible without ensuring whether that item accomplishes that level or not. But they sell. That is management. A vegetable hawker is also a manager. But we say, oh, just you are selling vegetables. But he also thinks. He manages every day. He goes to market. He buys. He calculates how much I have to buy. Then brings it and sells it. So that's also a part of management, because of that management applies everywhere. A child manages his timetable, his schedule for tomorrow is my class. That's also management. So management is only, in imagination. How best you can perform is management. It may be engineering, it may be medical, or it may be all other fields. We have to use our own minds to define. Why you use others' mind to define? If somebody has given management, we have to go with all that term as if this is the only thing and nothing else. These British, these Europe, Americans, they locked our minds. They actually locked our minds. Religion locked our minds. On top of that, don't speak. This is the limit. Accept this. Why? Nobody explains. In dharma, our religion, you say, if you ask someone something, it's my habit to ask. See, if you are educated, it's your duty. If you follow something, why should you follow that? If you can't do that, I mean, you are blind somewhere even after having education. You have some kind of, you can say, scaring in your body, in your mind. Oh, if I don't do this, something will happen. I don't like that kind of act. It is everybody's duty to make sure what I do should be justified. Okay, I follow religion, fine, I follow religion. But what is my religion? I have to know. If it is only imagination, no value. No value at all. They usually call mythology. I fight with this some people. Either say technology, don't say mythology. If there is something in this, if there is some substance in this, define that. Do not mislead by stating that this is mythology. Because you yourself are saying this mythology, so this is myth. I know it is myth, why should I accept it? Is that wrong? When I myself am saying this is a myth, this means I am fool to accept this. Define it. Justify that this is reality. If you are only staying within some imagination, that is no meaning. We imagine, we assume in mathematics, we assume in engineering, we assume in sciences, but we drive. Then we prove that. Either it is a derived formula or it is empirical formula. Either of them. Empirical is based on your observations, experience, while derivation is based on mathematics or equations or whatever it is. There is a procedure you have to follow and drive. That's called drival formula, which cannot be challenged. Can you challenge mathematical calculation? You cannot challenge. That's why I say, if educated people cannot raise questions, who shall raise questions? If some religious scholars just explains to me something without having a basis, I ask a question. Don't tell me stories, tell me facts. If you are telling me something, explain to me. Don't tell me stories, tell me facts. That is science. If you can't justify what you say, you can't support with argument, you cannot give me substance to support that, your preaching is completely nonsense, useless. I don't accept that. God never says don't raise questions. But because of religious business, they force you not to raise questions. When I can raise questions in my subjects, why don't I raise questions in that subject? Which is also a subject, nothing else. Have you seen God? Have I seen God? No one sees God. Even if it's something in dream, that is only based on our feed in what we got input. That's what I say. We should be logical. We are logical in our studies, we are logical in work, we are logical everywhere. But that stage, in that discipline of faith, we forget everything. No logic, nothing. Why that? Follow it, finish. Follow it, finish with what? Even if it's Ramayana, even if it's Mahabharata, you will find logic there. If Krishna said something, he defined that. He did not say, no, accept this. No, he didn't say that. Same thing, Ram did not say, go accept this. They find that. We want that type of explanation. This means they were scientists also. They were doctors, they were engineers. They understood life. They came to teach us like professors. One who explains and teaches you, giving justification, then religion runs away. That's why there is no religion in those teachings. If you just try to analyze your Ramayana and Mahabharata, there is no place for religion in that. This is complete explanation, logical explanation, depending on many activities. That's what I say. Do not close mentalize. Mentalize are more important than something else. And that's what I am interested in. To understand our profession, to understand what we want to do, to understand everything. I am not depending on leaders of politics. My life they are not moving. Why should I worry about them? Citizens are not supported by political leaders. Political leaders are supported by citizens. So why should we worry about them? They will befool us all time, all over. It's not our country alone. If you see profile of these leaders all over world now, I think we could not evaluate that before. But if you see all of the same kinds, all, starting from Trump to all others, all are somewhere in similar pattern, befooling people everywhere. Befooling people everywhere. You go to Philippines, you go to Thailand, you go to US, you go to England, you come to Bharat, you go everywhere. They just want to remain in power by whatever method, and they don't care for those who bring them to power. They don't care for them. This is my reference. Now, what is their management? They manage like this. Befool people, speak everything, promise everything, do nothing. Generally, that is tendency. Existing tendency is that. And that is the reason that all problems pour in because of such people. All problems pour in. There is no solution with them. And they don't want to, they just buy through some people that solution. And they never solve it. They never solve it. Tell me any solution, anyone world leader has given so far. Can you refer to me that? No one. Except in 30 years we will do that. In 20 years we will do that. In 50 years we will do that. Why should I wait for 50 years? Shall I live that time? Tell me now what have I achieved. That's important. But no, they won't. We are doing research on this vehicle. We are doing research on this. Will move with a speed of 3,000, 4,000 kilometers. They will go on promising. They know they can't give it. They know very well. If you ask them, they'll say, we don't have budget. We have restrictions. They know environment will spoil. They know very well. But they are not restraining themselves. They are not restraining. They are conducting seminars, but only paperwork, speeches. They are not concerned about environment. There is no action from any part of world till now. No action from any part of world. Biggest partner, America, escaped. If America escapes, there's alliance, unknown alliance with them. European Union itself wants to escape because we don't have money. If 10 rupees or 10 euros are required, why do you say I have only 3 euros so I can't do it? Why did you say that? Why did you declare in many conferences that we will do that? Why? When you don't have money, you cannot do that. Why do you befool the world? World thinks that you are working on that. 8 billion people think that you are working something on that. Your own kids, they are fighting with you. Why don't you do something? If a French youth says, why you are burning my home? I can't digest 35 degrees Celsius, but you are not caring. You are telling him, go and sit below some tree, go and take bath, go and, so they cannot see problems. Their metro is not air conditioned because they don't require that. My question is, these political leaders are having only one characteristic, to befool people. Some are befooling at higher level, some are befooling at lowest level. There is no scientific government in this world. There was some government sometime before, but at this moment there is nothing as such. Just like there is a class of people, rich class, poor class, middle class, and there is a people, middle class, political class. All are same. All. They keep on moving from one country to another without anything, for nothing. There was a time where there was no digital world. There was no computer, nothing, with no video conferencing. They used to move this way, that way. However, today this person has gone there, this person. Half of news was that, 70% of news. But now, still they do that. Means they are interested to move, to fly all time from this country to that country. They cannot sit because their mind is not working. Minds do not work they cannot concentrate and work requires concentration, they cannot do. हम तपस्या कहते हैं, concentration means तपस्या. They do not do that. You do it, you are middle class, you are poor class, you do it for your earnings, for making your life, but they don't do that. They will give you a budget. After 1 year, they will not tell you how much is spent, how much is not spent. And we don't ask. Therefore, 2020 is a year that change everything. It is going to change world of power and world of struggle into world of new life. It is going to start new life. And those who are not interested to work that way, they will suffer. They will suffer, certainly they will suffer. And if you do not do that, another corona is coming, don't worry. God is not your servant. God allows you some time to amend, to modify. But God is not your servant, remember. It takes, how much it is? It started in December somewhere, in full swing, maybe December, January, February, March. 3 to 4 months only. Only 3 to 4 months. Whole world is upside down. Whole world is upside down. I can't call it Mahamari. It is not Mahamari. Mahamari is not like this. Mahamari can be in Africa or can be in Asia somewhere. It is world Mari. It is, it is like you say Pralay. Pralay means not physical Pralay, human Pralay. It is killing human like, as if some shredding machine. Shredding machine which is papers and throw out. It's like that. Human is being shredded everywhere. Shred him, kill him. No place even to bury. No enough cremators even. Nobody was ready. No ventilators, no masks, nothing. Such is sleeping society all over the world. And we are happy with that. I will go and settle in USA, I will go and settle in Canada. A question, a statement of pride. Oh, I am US resident. Now, are you going to US? Where are those people who used to move out? Today morning I am in England and today evening I shall be in there. Take my dinner and that next morning I will be there. Where are those world tourists? Why they are not going now? They are all inside. Nobody is coming out even. I may come out, poor may come out, poor may walk on road, but they are in their homes, even not watching outside what's happening. Not watching outside. This is called cowardice. This is complete cowardice. These poor people, I understand now. If they are not there, these construction workers, if they are not there, these factory workers, if they are not there, what's your or my value? Think of this. If in our country or in other countries as well, if these people do not exist, what shall happen to us? If these 50, 60 crore people, actually they are running country. They are running country, but they are being abused by riches. This government has changed all good laws which were in their favor to industrial favored law. Still they are abused. But if they are not there, what shall Birla and Tata do? How can you make your house? How can you get a flat if these people are not there? Americans, Europeans, they have to do self-service. Why? Because they don't have manpower. They don't have human resources. They have but expensive one. They have very expensive resources. But we don't have that. We can afford. So we are very prideful. I can afford. Go to US and afford. Go there and afford. I'll see. People say this company is having too much money. They are number one in world. Yes, they are number one. But that person is number one not because of his own efforts. That person is a dealer actually. That person is a broker. He is just managing use of resources. That person uses number one resource, bank, which is my money and your money. Because of his reputation is getting something for business. Not it is not his money, maybe 5%, 10% only. But other money is public money. So if he is getting money every day up and up, it's getting stock market not because of that person's achievement, because of national resources, because of human resources. If these workers do not work in factories, shall he bring workers from USA or Canada? If our people are not there in Gulf, shall they work themselves? Impossible. So human resources are always exploited by those who have money. But human resources is weak because they have to live, they allow this exploitation. But when there is emergency, no one cares for them. This is unfortunate. This is proven now, proved. No need of any explanation. And this is what we call it. Criminality, I say, cruelty. I call action of these people not supported by government or public is complete cruelty. This cruelty should be stopped. Who we are to resort them to this action? Who are we after all? Oh bloody get lost from here. Stupid guys. What to do with these people? God. Disturbing for nothing. Well, I now not sympathize, actually I give more value to this class of poor people because time teaches you. I was also having some different opinion about this, but now I have changed my opinion. These people are more respectable than what I am. If I have to compare such people, where one side construction worker or factory worker, one side is IS officer, one side is an officer engineer, one side, I will respect these people much more than someone else. Because without them we cannot survive. Without farmers we cannot survive. We can survive with administrator officer. We can survive with someone else. But without construction workers, factory workers, we are all highest profile workers in fact. Maybe they don't know English, they don't know something, but they know what you don't know. They do what you cannot do. How many of us can go into sewer line and clean it? Can we go? Can Pandit go? Can Rajput go? They go. Can you play with your life? They play. What do they get? What do they get by that? They lose their life. So they are more respectable. They can do concrete for me. I can only order, do it, and they do it. I only can order. I can only watch from distance what they are doing. I can videograph that. But I cannot do that. This means they can do that. So who is higher? They are higher. Only problem is they cannot express themselves. They can work for you. They can work on technology. I think if you teach little, they will do better. They will be better skilled. This point we have to understand. This is a part of management. Practical management, not British taught management or not US taught management. Theoretical completely. We are not theoretical people, we are practical people. We do something. They only think something. That's difference. They watch our people how they work. I have seen that. These people, so-called MBA teachers, they watch our people how they work. Our people, Pakistani people, Bangladesh people, or Sri Lankans, or Philippines, wherever there are people working on the ground, they watch them, they talk to them, they ask them many questions and they learn and write notes. And they teach in MBA classes. So what's the purpose of that? You are learning from us and you are teaching others and then saying you are expert. What sort of experts you are? If you have to learn from my workers or from me and you have to teach me that same one by learning from me, this means I am stupid to attend to class. Okay, you are English, fine. You are not doing yourself. You are only It's like, management. What some people used to say, I ask many, what is your management? Oh, there's no management. I have 10 staff, I take information from all and then compile that information, submit, that's my management. If that is management, this is postgraph. This is post telegraph, take all letters and distribute. Is that management? Yes, that is management actually. Just shout something, abuse someone, go and fight with someone once, twice, or thrice a week. You're manager. I ask many engineers who are managers, why are you doing this? No explanation. Something I point out, why do you do this? No explanation. Oh, leave it. Just mark to him. Why don't you do yourself? No, this is stuff for what? Many managers I ask, why you are doing this work? For your pleasure or for project? They have no answer. They are just showing that we are doing something. There's something like that. You look busy and do nothing. This very old phrase. You do nothing and look busy. Same thing they are doing. 70% of people do like that. Just use others and throw them. This is management. I hate such type of management. I hate that really. Because you are exploiting others. They work for you and you take your name. This is my work. This is stealing. This is criminality. Because you are having credit based on others' work. And I was also exploited by many. I was too young, I could not understand that. But when I recall my experience, I find that. But that is not final life. You can use someone, how many and how long can you move like that? When there's a problem coming to you, some problem comes to you, you don't solve that problem, you will understand that time what you are. Self-education is very important. If you cannot educate yourself, your mind cannot tell you conflicting statements, cannot announce something plus and minus, you cannot decide what is right, what is wrong. That type of capacity is required in everybody. I am not interested in any management explanation, not at all. Because I never thought to be manager in my life. I thought to be only a worker. Worker means one who works. Actually manager, also a worker. Engineer is also a worker. All are workers, you are working. That's all. This is a blank definition. It's not like our country. So many classes doing nothing and those who are working, they are not in class. In our country, everybody is a class who do not work. And those who work, they are not in any class. Labor class. We say like that. It's labor, leave it. It's labor. So what is he? You say like that. And what are you? What are you? What is your contribution towards development of this country? Explain. Oh, they will explain so much. And answer is zero. Evaluation is zero. Because they are educated like that. To befall others. They will give you writing, so much writing you won't be able to read. If you see any judgment, court judgment, you will find so many pages, but judgment was only 2 lines. They give explanation of US court, of American court, of England court, of Canadian court, or Australian court. They will give you 4 or 5 or 6 references, as without that reference, their food doesn't digest, They can't sleep without that. They will not simply say, this is my law and this is answer. They don't know that. They will just corroborate when it's not required to corroborate. But they will write that. 500 pages judgment. Judgment is only 2 pages. But 500 pages is unnecessary writing. Not required at all. Who reads that? Nobody reads that. That's only library. Finish. But it is necessary for them. Same thing is here. Those in administration and government service, they will just buy. I have marked it to that officer, then I am marked to that officer. It will be marked by 10 officers and will go to dustbin later on. But file is too big. Is that work? If you call that work, it's okay. You call that work. I don't call that work. Because you have destroyed action. Your action has not procured any result. If your action has not procured any concrete result, what's the meaning of your action? It's not scientific. Action must be reacted. It did not. So your work is, hoax, when say. It's hoax, not real work. We cannot think that way. Should I refer to some book to understand this? Which book shall tell me this? Because books are written by those who have no experience. Yes, you can write a novel, you can write stories, you can write something, you can write poem, you can write shairi. But experience can be written only by that person who has experience. And that person does not exist such job. Because those who are in field, who work day and night, who work throughout 18, 16 hours a day, they have no time to write. They cannot find that time. Because they are tired, they are fatigued. Then sleep, next day join, again be busy. Where is time? If you see books, who write them? Professors. Have you heard some book written by practical people? Except some lawyers, and as far as law is concerned in our country, I don't treat it as a profession. It's a profession by law, but it's not a profession. Profession demands result. Do you know that? If you do not deliver results, you are not a professional. I don't say timing of that. If a judgment takes 30 years, what sort of profession it is? If a lawyer has to work for you for 20 years in some case, what's the meaning of that advocate? There's no meaning, because in that year he have forgotten my cases. Only on 1 or 2 days before my date comes, that opens my file and see what case was. And those witnesses who appeared before 15 years, you think they are available now? And even if they are available, say, do they remember what happened? They can't remember. I can't remember what happened 10 years before. So based on that defective circumstantial evidences, a judge passes judgment. So how reliable that judgment is, you can imagine. You value yourself. If that train of justice just moves, it never moves. Every 5 minutes it has a station. It takes 30 years for some judgment to pass. So what sort of train is that? So there is no profession at all in this. One who has power, he procures. One who doesn't power, he cannot procure. If I want to go to Supreme Court for something, I cannot go because I don't have money for that. This means that profession is absenting actually. I cannot call that a profession. I cannot call those working in government, they are professionals. They cannot be called professionals because they are not giving any result. Who gives me a result for me? That person is advanced one. Who says this is done. In how many cases you have experienced that, you know very well. Others people are dealers only, I call them dealers. That's it. They are dealing with something which is not result oriented. They are just doing something for nothing. And after transfer, so a person has been transferred, he will review again, fine. This means we have to think completely for overhaul. Overhauling of whole governance is a must, including private sector. What I watch these days and compare it to past one, I find vast difference. People were serious. There was a time when I was too young. People were very serious. Serious in sense, they thought some responsibility is with them. They thought to do something as a responsibility. They were not very highly educated, but they were responsible. They felt that they were part of society. But now, It's different, completely different. When money comes into play, when you start with what money you can get out of this, then life cycle is different. If you have money in mind, oh, I have this, if I do this, I will get this much. If you keep that criteria, that formula with your proposal, you cannot succeed qualitatively. Yes, you will earn money, you will make that. Money is a factor there, not quality. And when money is a factor, time doesn't value. Either you want to do that immediately, or you want to do that too late, because you think, oh, I've already lost this, why should I worry? Both situations are different, contradictory to each other. And if you value time, that's why I say 3 factors are very important when I consider management. That these 3 factors are primary factors, and this is time, quality, and cost. Same triangle supported by many other columns of support, like communication, like resources, like risk factors, and like so many other, planning, safety, etc. These 3 factors are dominant one. These are having power. If these 3 move together, again I am telling, time, cost, and quality, these 3 factors are in total required for giving result, for delivering results. And if you miss that, we miss results itself. Result may be defective. If you miss quality, you have only time and cost. Cost is saved, time is saved, but quality gone. This means your character has gone. Actually, you can say quality is a character. Quality is in your hands. Health is not exactly in your hand, but you can maintain that. So character has gone. If quality has gone, you can see character of people these days. No character. One character is to show in public, and one character is to keep at home, and one character is in profession. So there are different kind of masks everybody is using. Oh, this is my professional, or I am authorized to use lies in this. They think that, yeah, that's okay, fine, you're lying for sake of profession. But in your home, you may be doing something else. In your personal life with other people, you may be acting in different way. That's what's happening. And we have to think about it very seriously. It's not because I'm talking about management. Management means a reflection of society, reflection of profession. How you behave, how you conduct is reflected in your management. If there's no quality in management itself, means there's something wrong somewhere. If there's no quality in problem, something is wrong somewhere. This is people are not serious, or resources are not of quality reliance. This means something is wrong somewhere. If people are not serious, means there is some problem with them. That's not serious. They do not concentrate on activity, and that's why quality hasn't come in. This means somewhere, sometime, we have to come back to research, where investigate where it collapsed, and you find an answer there. If I am thinking of my problems, I am not concentrating on work summarily, I will not write on that. I was thinking of that, but it reflects my work. Maybe I make mistakes in writing, I make mistakes in calculation. That will erupt me. That will erode my authority. And that's happening. If your result is defective, quality remains missing, you can't claim that you have delivered something, even though you delivered that. Saying is too much about quality, too much. But not doing, that's only a difference. You say, you don't do. Some people do. Exactly, it's not uniformly I can say. Some people do. But those are negligible. Those are ignorable. There are people who are doing it still. But those are very minimal, Generally, if you see, people take it for granted. Even in those projects which are very powerful, without which economy cannot move, world cannot move, you find the quality is missing. Quality is not a word. It's a volume. It's a magnitude. You see that. That's what I say sometimes. If you go to buy banana or carrot or some small item for 50 rupees, You see too many hawkers, which one is best one, which quality is best. There you are serious because you are going to eat it. You are going to consume that. You are so much concerned for that 50 rupees. You can even dispute with that vendor. But for something else you don't. If you want to buy a flat, buy a house, buy something else, you are not going to investigate that much. Why? You are going to spend millions on that, and you're not even asking one or two questions. I've not seen people asking that. Whatever is given in data sheet, they accept that and they just agree. Where is left then? For that 50 rupees purchase, you are so serious, and for the 50 million purchase, you are not serious. Why is that? This is the question. Generally, people say, I got it finished. I got a flat, I got registration. Oh, my name has come. As if you would never get that. That is where we have to learn. When your house is on fire, you are serious, you are in panic. But you never thought, why should be protected? On fire, you are in panic, you are running here and there, you want to save your life. But before that, you did not think, my house can be on fire sometime. And you never thought of that. You are interested in medical claim because you know that. But so many things you don't know in life, you don't take any precautionary measures, and you suffer later on. Example. Everyone uses plastic bags. So much saying on this. Even then, we know it will harm us. Yes, we are throwing them. It happens on plastic bags. You bring something in that. You use it and then throw outside. Everyone does it. Every person does it. I am not saying you have to think yourself. This is a dangerous material. We know it is dangerous. It cannot be recycled. You know you are just throwing it because you don't want to keep it. But if you use this a number of times, until you can do that, one time you use it, 10 times you use it, 5 times you use it, or as much as you can use it, use it. But no, you will, why should I keep this plastic here on this nail? So it's so dirty it is. You say, it's looking very dirty. My wall should be clean. Outside can be a dirty, no problem. You can go on road, both sides of road and bumps you will find plastics. You don't mind that. But in your home, if there are 10 bags of plastic, empty bags are on your wall, you hang, that's the problem for you. Because it looks bad. This home is important or the road is important? Which one is important? You have to decide. If you use that bag for 5 or 6 times, 80% of plastic you can save. But no. Same water you are abusing. I have seen even in my home they don't listen. I am not complaining. They don't listen. Water, wash, this wash, that wash pots. As much as water is free of cost. Think of if there is no water, what you would do. We will see what happens then. This is the answer from educated people. I dispute with them, but I am helpless. Because you are having plenty of water, some at some places, and there are places who don't have water. You are not thinking for them. Just if you are washing every day with, you can say 10, 15, 20 buckets of water, which can be cleaned in 2 buckets. Every day you are car wash, this wash, that wash. You are driving a car. If suppose there is dirt on roof of car or on tire of car, shall you not get it again after going just half a kilometer? Why you are wasting that much water on that? Don't want it. My car should be shining, beaming. I'll go to meeting. What people think? What they will think? Purpose of car is not cleaning. Purpose of car is good driving. That's all. You are not worried about signals. You are not worried about traffic rules. You are not worried. You are just driving for sake of driving, and you should reach in time despite you come out late of your home. But your car should be beaming. You want beaming car. That's what I'm saying. Mindset is required to be changed. Mindset. We don't care for safety. We don't care for quality. This is experience one. I just want my life. That's all. Not your life. No care for you, only care for me. If you want to manage your life like this, you will feel such types of problems. Such types of problems. All your life. I am just speaking of what I have thought, what I collected in my life. That people can do something they don't do. They leave it to them. Leave it. They will care for. Who will care? There is no one to care. If there was some person to care, already it would care for. No one to care. Government never cares. Forget them. At least what you can care for that. But no, nobody does. It's like that. If it is a community park and the community is responsible for this, nobody will take care of that, believe me. No one shall take care of that garden, that park. Until you give that responsibility to some caretaker or some gardener, there will be no one to take care of that when you say community will take care of that. Because groups cannot be managed by self. They need some leader, and that leader is a gardener or caretaker. So everywhere there is some caretaker. In your home there is caretaker. Your own caretaker, if you are not there, someone is there. That is what life is moving on, because you are only oriented in yourself. I am stressed, I have too much work, I don't have time for this. This is a very common answer from everyone. I know time. Don't ask me anything. I know time. You are so busy. Every person busy. 130 crore people in this country are all busy. Country is moving very fast. It's number one country in the whole world. It should be, because everybody is busy. I imagine everybody is busy, and I imagine that country is moving number one. So no, nothing to say. We are society of stupids, believe me. We do nothing, we show everything. I have seen people talking on mobiles continuously for hours. Driving time is talking time. They don't care who is ahead of them or who is behind them. This is quality of life. You may be saying, why I am unnecessarily talking this and that, we are wasting our time with this person. Yes, you may think that. But sometimes you have to talk like that. Otherwise we can't understand. Well, back to our business. Back to our manager who have joined. Let me see somebody. Yes, it's difficult to read names. My eyes are a problem. Well, Mr. Welcome, whoever this, Mr. Skyface, Mr. Ibrahim, I think, Mr. Charan Singh, Mr. Kana, you are there, so you are not sleeping, Mr. Kana. You are not sleeping, why? Mr. M.K. Sharma, certain thoughts are clear, what saying? Certain thoughts are clear, eyes sighted by clear eyes, but certain concerns are to be answered by strong, compelling, and cogent reasons. Fabulous, thanks for such live presentation. It says, kind regards, best, you are blessed today. And Mr. Karna, thank you, Mr. Karna, all that. Thank you very much, all who are there. I'm surprised Mr. Karna is there. I think he's not sleeping. Mr. Karna, where are you these days? In Gulf or here? Please tell me. Okay. Some people wrote something, so I told you what they written. So people are started thinking. I think good. If people have started thinking, and thanks for their blessing, fine. So let's go back to time cost and quality management. I have covered so far activities of buildings and structures and temporary, permanent and preparatory works, which I explained before also. Maybe you are not involved. It's for construction projects or buildings, you can say RCC buildings, and facilities projects, which are very important one from national viewpoint, from national development viewpoint. If there are no facilities, facilities means plants or big industrial projects, you can say pure industrial projects, that product means it's not the product, it is a spare part or something. It's original product like distribution or production of petrochemical, which are, you can say, processed by certain facilities all over the world. And these facilities involve lot of structural works, lot of mechanical engineering works, lot of electrical engineering works, and others like SCADA, like CCTV, and like so much IT. I am concerned with actually civil works. I am a civil engineer, and what I think, and you may agree, that civil work is work number one. If it doesn't start, nothing can start, nothing can move. It may be a desert, it may be a forest or a village. You have to do some green project on that. Green means new project. To do that, you have to change a desert into a city. You have to change a forest into a city. That is very complex job. There are so many people involved in that, but again, initiator is a rough man, a man who does not know how to talk, a man who does not know how to conduct with everyone and how to be polite, how to be diplomatic. That man can stand in sun, can do everything, can work in all weather conditions, but that man is known as civil engineer, a civil person who can put soil on his face, who doesn't care if pants and shirts are dirty, who doesn't care if water is not available, who doesn't care if food is not available in time, and who stands in some septic conditions to see that site is cleared, grass is removed, and all dirt is removed from there. If that person, that third class person, you can say, is known as civil engineer and is not considered by international community, does not command that respect as should be given for that condition, for that absence of value. I don't mind. I don't need that. What I deserve, it doesn't matter to me, because this work which I produce, that is my client, that tells me something that you have done it. With that award I am happy, no problem. I don't need any other award, I don't need any recitation. But I know without my efforts, when I say my efforts, it's community of engineering. Without that engineer's effort, nothing can move. I know that. When a new baby comes to this world, that baby is also either born in hospital or some home or even some hutment. That hutment is also engineering. With that pleasure, I am healthy. I feel healthy. After that, others come. If I don't excavate and provide structure for building, there won't be any mechanical engineer there, no electrical engineer there. Some infrastructure is required for that. And that is known as civil engineer, who is a sewerman, who is a waterman, who is a cleaner, who is a whitewasher, who is a concrete person, who has every quality. And if you don't have that quality, better go to IT or go to IAS or go to wherever you want to go. Don't come to this field. This field is not for those who want to live comfortably. This field is for those who want to sacrifice their lives. It's much more difficult than army work. Much more difficult. We know how we work. Nobody can realize that because we fence all side and don't allow someone to come in. Only those who deal with it, they can know it. So I am happy with that. I don't need your support because I have my natural supports. I have to work in that. I know that. No way out. I have to work in bad weather condition, in good weather condition. I have to work with those people who know nothing, who only can work physically. That is my basic requirement. I don't have facilities in the beginning, I know. I have to stay for months when mobilization goes on, just without water, or stay as you can. So we don't mind that. I can sit on stone, I can sit on road, I can sit on footpath, I ride there. If I have car, I can sit in car and work. I don't mind that. My requirement is different. I know nobody will listen to me. That's also known to me. But I least bother. Because I am used to that. Since I was born as an engineer, civil engineer, I have been used to that. I can sit on piles, I can sit on stone aggregates, I can sit on cement bags, I can sit anywhere. I don't mind. I don't need AC there. No need of AC in that condition. Even if the AC is there, it won't work for me because there is no electric current available. So my life is completely tragical. It depends. When project starts, it's like very gruesome life. Means you don't have anything. And when project delivered, you are not there. Very simple. When project is delivered, you are not there. That's very welcome step. That's fine. I don't mind that too. But remember, you can't use that product if I don't make it. If I don't do it, you can't use that. If I don't work on palace construction, king cannot stay there. If I do not do something else, nobody can stay there. So that is my pride, that you are dependent on me. I am not dependent on you. It's this worker who works with me. That worker is more important for me because I am dependent on that worker. That worker is not dependent on me, but that worker is under force of food, clothing. That's why that person is with me. And I cannot exploit that person. I can exploit you. I can exploit investor. I cannot exploit this person. That is my principle. That is my worship. I cannot force that worker, that poor person to do good for you for getting bad. I have to change my style. And this is what I am talking about. No obligation on someone. If I do something, it's for me, not for you. I feel happy, I am doing that. That's it. You are not doing any obligation on me, you are just paying me. That's all. This is only relation. I am providing my service to you and you are paying me for that service. There is no master-slave relation. There is no employer-employee relation at all. I am free mind to work free with free will. And that's what I want these persons working with me. They should be of that same. They are working for project. That's it. If we think that way, that I am not working, you are not working for some master or some investor or some government, you will be free mind. I am searching for that free mind state of thinking. That free mind state leads to quality because you are not under fear of someone. You do not listen to those who want something which is not due to them. Those who want to create, crime in that work. If you think that way, stop that way, you will bring this world to happiness of quality. But that's not easy, I know. Civil engineering community all over the world is same, no difference. But our country is different. All countries give quality to some extent. Some countries give to much extent. But in our country, quality is not available even in spelling of quality. You can visit every department of government or you can visit private companies, corporate world. You will find no difference. Because corporate world is also indirect part of government. All companies are incorporated with directly or indirectly with certain powerful. So quality is really absent. Quality of work and quality of concept and quality of character and quality of society remains absent. But we have to pull them to all. Only medium is engineer. Only medium. Engineer means here civil plus electrical plus mechanical only, not others. Because they are actually not industrialist engineers, they are different. They are office sitting engineers, they are paper working engineers, they do not work on front of development. So these three were basics long back, and still these are basics in current scenario. Others are corroborating engineers, others are supporting engineers. They can support only when some basic infrastructure is available. Otherwise, no. So I draw pride in myself that I entered into field of this soil, field of cement, field of lime, and 30 years. I got this field since I was young, and I don't know how I entered this field, I can't explain that. But today I feel this is actually leading field of work. Leading in every respect, from street to airport, from nursing home to hospital, on from village to all highways, access this field. You may be in army, defense, you need this. You need every road, you need railways, you need wherever you find, you will find somewhere first requirement of this field, followed by mechanical and electrical. So we should feel, we should draw pride in that we are not dependent on huge society when we are in profession. We know what we are. So you recognize us or you don't recognize us is immaterial. But we will work our way. We will use your funds to best of our knowledge and ability, even if you do not desire that, but we do that. That kind of conception I require, I request community of engineers build in that. You are running away, you have run away from these responsibilities. You always are ready to compromise. That compromise word has to be thrown out from dictionary to an extent this quality is concerned. Compromise means bad quality. Compromise means bad safety. Compromise means nothing. To keep people at risk. This is the meaning of compromise. Many people tell me always, you are not practical. Yes, I am not practical. I agree with that. But how far you are practical, you explain. And if they explain, they simply say a compromise. Answer is compromise. So I have learned this compromise word from my own people, society, and from those who are not interested in quality. Just compromise. So name of this country you can say is compromise. From top to bottom, everybody is compromising. So that compromise also penetrates to family life. You compromise there as well. That enters to your industrial life, you compromise there itself. And ultimately, complete deterioration of nation is based on this compromise. People have become non-serious. People sleep because they say no problem. And this compromise generates corruption, bad character, and all kinds of illegal transactions, and that is cause of worry for everybody. You do not blame others for all this, because every citizen is responsible for that. And that's why I define management and quality in my way, in your way, in a practical way, not in a theoretical way, not in a Gora or British way, not in American way, because their societies are responsible at least. They do something, they don't waste time. But we do not value time. We do not value cost, we do not value quality. All three we lose. If some project which is supposed to be done 1 year, if it takes 10 years, there is no problem at all. No problem. What's the problem? Quality is gone. Oh, it's okay. This is quality. We don't understand quality. They say that. This is what is required. Okay. So I have no say there. But where am I at? Wherever I am, I would not accept that. You may de-employ me. I don't care. You may remove me from my job. I don't care. Because after all, I have to reach same home where you are going to do. There you have to answer. What answer is there? Don't forget, you are not working for society. You are working for earth. Society is nothing. This planet is earth. And this is not your planet. This is a part of solar system. This is a property of God. Whatever you work for this. Don't for employer. Don't for someone else. Because that employer is also supposed to work for this. Everybody is there on behalf of God. So think of that. Unfortunately, this thinking is absent. Has been absent for long. That's why every problem is coming in. When there is no truth, false is there. Fake is there. So quality is fake. Everything is fake. But we have to change it. I am not saying I am fine, I am honest. No, it's not that. But I am observing something. I have full right to express that. And those who listen to me, it's up to them to decide, not up to me. I don't care for government. I don't care for someone. Because they are nothing for me. It's not government is doing something for me. No, they are not doing anything for me. I am doing for them. It's first of all, they are running based on me. I am paying tax, they run. They are not giving me anything. They are taking from me everything. Okay, I pay because I am citizen. But they have to give back. They are not giving back. So why should I worry for them? They are government because they are, that's a system is that. Otherwise, I am government. Citizen is government. Citizen of every country is government. Not only our country. If you go through basic law of constitution, you will find you are there. But you forget after, you don't read that. Your problem is you don't read that. And if you do not research, you will not get any innovation. Innovation comes from research and research comes from your work and work comes from your efforts. So we do not do that. All this I considered part of management. How you can manage is not simply a formula. It's not only 1 or 2 books or 3 books. This comes from your what you think, what you consider, and what you consider about others, how you evaluate yourself, how you evaluate them, and what is answer finally, and that should not be based on compromise only. That should be based on facts. And those facts are much more important than something else. That is what I am worried about. My facts, it's not talk simply. You may think that I am only talking, maybe I am of same. Yes, I am of same. I am human being. I cannot say I am extraordinary, and I don't feel that's right what I should say. I am not extraordinary. I am below normal, below average. That's why I am talking, because I also made mistakes in my life. I can't say I am not that. I made many mistakes. Mistakes are made by human being, and mistakes are your teacher. It's mistake that tells you that this was right or wrong. And if you don't make mistakes, then you are in, I think, you are different. If you don't make mistakes, you cannot learn. If you say, I did not make mistakes, then you did not learn also. There is no one who can say that no mistake was done, and if somebody says that, he never worked actually. Work means take. Work means take up something. We say we are finding quantities of this work. Is take off, write in, calculate out and add, and final this is quantity. This is simple procedure. Design is think of something, what we want to do, think of that, what is purpose, think of that, and devise and calculate and say this is right. Same thing is work. You are given something to do, think what you have to do and do it, finish. You have to arrange something, arrange that and do. When I want to cook something, I buy vegetable, I buy this and that and cook that. It is cooking, it's nothing else. It's English word, oh they have cooked. You know meaning of that? They have set everything. They have set to whom to pay how much, bribe or non-bribe, and get work done, get result. That's cooking. So that's also cooking, this also cooking, everything is cooking. You are cooking something for someone. So I say, management is cooking. You cook. Just like they say, so many words are there which we don't know. They know something, we know something. I am simply saying, what I do, what you do, should be according to limitations. I'm not saying means there's a definition of quality, there's a definition of control. Whatever is demanded by me to be done, I have to do that one. What document says, what my design says, what procedure says or method says, and what can be done should be done. It depends. Now when we are talking of quality, there must be a contract. Contract is important everywhere. It may be written or unwritten. Contract is contract. Relation is relation. Relation of a person who is employer, and relation is a person who is employee or a contractor. That is simple relation. That relation is established by law and also by nature. We have to work within that confinement. If you do not work within the confinement, you can't run. If you can give more than that, that's your capability. If you cannot give that, that is your capability or incapability. That's what we decided. And generally, even if you travel by bus, you are given a ticket. That ticket is a contract. Simple. Nothing else. If you are, this bus or this train successfully takes you to that destination, contract expires. Contract is performed. So we have to perform. Simple. If you give quality, you are performing. If you give quantity, you are performing. If you are doing work in a time, you are performing. So time plus quality plus cost equal to performance. And if you miss something, you are not performing. Simple. You are not performed fully. You are not discharged. You are not discharged in that case. You need extension until this is discharged. That is so simple. Documents are so simple with so much complication. You say, there's simple answer, there's simple requirement, but with much complications in that. Same thing, quality is so simple with much more worries with that. We are engineers, we make buildings, we make bridges, we make so much. But we don't think we are liable. We don't think that. We are liable for that. That part is missing. I am an employee, what can they do against me? A kind of that conception comes in. We forget that I am not talking of liability towards the employer. I am not talking of that only. I am talking of total liability. If I say I have to use this design, this material, this quantity, I should remember whatever I am using, this material is not given by some person. That material is given by earth. Everything is given by earth, surface or internal. Surface gives you food, crops, plants. It's not dependent on itself. It's dependent on sun rays, on air and everything. You know what I'm talking of. And earth internal portion gives you material of construction, material of life. You extract that by mining or by whatever other means, and you use that material. So it is actually natural material that we use in our work. So we can use that material to requirement only. We have no right to exploit that material. We say in engineering, we have to use these resources in optimum way. Optimum way means neither use excessively nor use inaccessibly. Use to requirement and do not destroy environment by irrelevant use of that. You have to enter a state of sustainability, means you are using that material today, but you should not finish that material. You should use only that much that your new generation and their new generation keep on surviving. That is called sustainability. Sustainable development. Today you are using that. Don't forget tomorrow. Keep tomorrow in view, coming time in view. If you keep that in mind, you will use material only to your requirement, not just abuse that material. Just like we abuse fossil fuels. Nearly finished now, nearly, I am not saying exactly, because we use that much intensively and we, in result, spoil air, spoil environment. In sequence of which we are saying greenhouse effect, temperature effect, this effect and that. So we are all responsible for that in engineering terms. Just like I said, sustainability is important. We ignore this fact, keeping petrol ahead. We ignored this fact. All some were interested in earning money, whole Middle East and Arab, they were only interested in making money out of that. Same product which we are selling at 30 was one time at 130. This means they abused whole world. They abuse this material. And same thing other countries who are interested in nuclear bomb, nuclear reactors. All these they are also abusing. What I say, earth is not for abuse. We are unfortunate, you can say, that we do not know about whole earth, but we are also fortunate that we have not exploited whole earth. Still only upper part of earth, only some part of crust, which is just 35 kilometers below surface of earth, only some of that portion we have understood clearly till now in geotechnical terms, geological terms. We have not understood complete structure of that. That's also fortunate. Otherwise we are criminals. Human is criminal who can exploit everything. We are all criminals in fact. Criminals in a sense, we do not respect our parent God. We did not respect. If my father gives some money, I just use all money and throw it. Or I have to preserve that money. You think yourself. If your father or mother gave you something, this doesn't mean you spoil that or you expend that. You have to keep something out of that for future. So that that money thrives further, multiplies further. But we did not do that. We have to think now onwards how to remain sustainable in future, how to redefine our requirements, how to move further. There was a time, you see, projects were running that fast. I was surprised, believe me. So speedy projects were running one time all over the world as if skies would fall if it doesn't move. Hundreds of projects all over. Oh, it has to finish in 1 year, it has to finish in 3 years, this and that, and rapid construction, fast track construction, and this and that. All I think, if you go 15 years back, 20 years back, you will find that situation. Why they were so competitive and they raise prices of everything. They raise prices of everything. If you see real estate in our country, what was that? Lakhs and millions of apartments projects just running for sake of running. We want to sell them and result is havoc, complete havoc. We did not reach any destination. So if you run in excess, you will face problems. This bloody fool unnecessary. I don't understand these people. What to want? Just hell with you. If you do not optimize your work speed, there was a time when aggregates were not available in Gulf. Aggregates means stone chips, which we use in concrete. Metal was not available. I wanted to book concrete from RMC. Okay, you'll get after 1 week because your quantity is less and I'm getting orders of 10 times quantity you want. So wait. So much rush, so much load. It was a time. If I wanted to apply for some position, so many vacancies were available. One time I got 3 or 4 offers same time. I was unable to decide which one to use, where to accept. This was a time. Economy, I think I am talking of around 2000. Before 2000, so much fun. Because there was no planning. No planning at all. Just do and eat everything now. Just do everything now. Competition. Competition for what? What is competition? Means all countries, if you remember, all Gulf countries, so much jam on roads, so many engineers, so many workers, you could not even control. All were rushing towards Gulf, all were rushing to Iraq, toward Iran, toward Libya, as if gold bags are lying there. I am also one of them. But I have seen everything is gone. If something was so important, how could it go? This means there was lacuna somewhere. There was some creation by some people. There was some design to loot. That's all. Where is that now? What's happened here? What's happened in our countries? Everything disappeared. Only some projects which are games project and this project and that project. Where are development projects? Everything is available. In our country, millions of apartments are lying idle. This means material has been used, but it's not used by public. And now situation is further deteriorating. Job situations come in. Economic has crashed completely all over the world. Complete crash of economy because of this pandemic. Pandemic is maybe for 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 1 year. But economy shall fall for decades because of no equilibrium of economics, no dynamism in economics. They want only dynamic economy. Dynamic. We should get everything. Profit is important, not survival. No balance of earth. Go on mining, mining and mining and mining, day and night mining and take out material. Don't feel bad. Just think of, you are just hollowing earth. You are just taking out from that. You are not giving back anything. How far can it remain stable? We have to think in that terms. If I am engineer, doesn't mean I am money maker. No, I am not money maker. My job is to develop. Of course, when you develop something, you will take food, you will need food, you will, of course, that's maintenance. But you are, as engineer, you are protector of this material also, on top of its use. There are so many materials every day coming in. So many technologies are coming in. But every technology is abusive. Abusive. They want to sell their technology. They want to make money out of that. But they don't care how it affects human being, how it affects human life. Example is technology of mobile. Now 5G is coming. It keeps on coming, 4G, 5G, this G, that G. They are selling. The purpose of mobile is stock. But we are using gas. We cannot live without this. We cannot breathe without mobile. Means instead of using that to our benefit, we are being used by mobile. Maybe you are not taking so many breaths in 24 hours, so many times you check your mails in your mobile. Check who is coming. Every time people are saying that. Go anywhere, youth, busy in that. Your brother is with you, your mother is with you, no problem. I am just busy with mobile. This is very common. So is it destruction or construction? You think yourself. Technology is to be used or technology has to use you? I don't understand, you don't understand yourself. Memory has lost, I don't remember as better as I remember. People do not remember everything, they forget. They forget everything because concentration has gone to mobile. It has not gone to books, it has not gone to learning, it has not gone to somewhere positive field. Even kids, they do not touch, they do not read books, they do not remember formula, they do not remember tables, they do not remember anything, only this video, this all. And I don't explain all this, very well. My statement is different. We have to come back, we have to step back somewhere. You have to step back somewhere to some point. Otherwise, your life is no life. Your life is no life. It's same thing if you stay all time in AC, you cannot face sun. It's same thing. If you stay all time in air conditioned room, everywhere, in your car, in your room, in your office, wherever you go, you just can't stand on road for 5 minutes. It's that type of situation. Where some technology has captured you. So you are prisoner of technology. But I don't want to be prisoner of anything. I want to be with nature. On one side they believe in nature, or they say adopt Vastu. They are slave of Vastu. On other side they condemn Vastu. To be with nature is actually Vastu. Vastu is nothing with your home, nothing with your office. It is to do nothing with something else, because your body itself is home in which you are permanently residing. You don't care for that. You care for some material building which is home. For that you are much interested than your own soul. If I manage myself, that's my first management. How I manage myself. If I can't manage my body, what can I manage? Nothing. If I cannot keep my body healthy, my mind can't be healthy. If my mind is not healthy, my body can't be healthy. If my mind is not healthy, my work can't be healthy. It depends. It depends on that. If my mind is not sound, this is an unsound mind person, he is unfit. We say that or no? Unsound mind person. Unsound mind person cannot be relied upon. Similarly, unsound mind management cannot be relied upon. I got many books of management to study in my free time sometimes, and I found nothing from them actually. Nothing from them. Nothing practical from them. I talk to many MBAs, and I don't find anything in them which can say they are MBAs. Yes, they learned something only, something. But they can't respond to problems. And if you can't respond to problems, what's education about? If I say I am an engineer, if I cannot solve my problems, what sort of engineer you are? If you solve your problems, means you understand problem. If you understand problem, means you are identifying problem, only then you can understand. When you understand, you can analyze it, and you analyze, you can solve it. That is a cycle, analytical cycle, solution finding cycle. And if you cannot say that, I don't know something, I was not taught. If you say this answer, I was not taught, then you are not a learned person. Everything cannot be learned, everything cannot be taught. You have to teach yourself, self-teach yourself. Why don't you do that? You are a teacher, you are a student. This relation you have to maintain. What they teach in English, think English. If you talk to some English person who cannot translate, only we can translate from our language to English. What they say? They say, teach yourself. Think in English. They are saying, think something you don't know. If you say, think yourself in this language, if you do not know language, how can you think? getting my point? We are saying if you want to learn English, you have to translate it from your language to English language. That's the procedure. But a person who is in English, who is in England, who is English person, citizen or American citizen, his language is English. How can that person translate? So they have different method to teach. They say think in English. We don't say think in English. We say learn it. We learn and they think. That's the difference. So they cannot teach us and we cannot learn from them. And they cannot understand what we are talking. They say don't translate. Don't waste your time, your head in translation. I don't understand this. If I don't use my head for translating something which I do not know, how can I do that? What they say think in that. It's concept. Their concept is that. Because they can't teach translation. This is their language. Can we translate our language to our language? No. That language we can think because we are born in that. So even if you think, we have to think that language and they have to think in their language. Nothing specific. They say think. Well, I was really surprised to see some of they want to just conduct classes to get money. That's it. I am giving this an example only. If I don't know something, I can solve it. It's an example. We say translate that. You have to translate that. But translate how? I tell youth and all those who are having some deficiency, particularly in this time is actually surplus one, redundant time. By force you are having that. You can use this time better than sleeping all time. Whatever interest you could not do in your life, you can do that, or you can update your knowledge, upgrade your knowledge. It's just so many subjects are available, so much information is available. And I found that about 70-80% of people are having some deficiency in language. We should accept or we should not accept, it's different. But communicative language is English as far as we are concerned. And many other nationalities are concerned. Our language, communicative language is English. And particularly in writing, if not in speech. We may speak our language to our people. We may speak to among ourselves. If I want to speak to a south person because I am from north, I cannot communicate my message to that person, or I have to use this language, English. May not be grammatical, may not be that, but communication goes on. So we should not shy in saying that working language is English. Even we talk in, even writing we do in English. So better improve that. What's problem if you have used this language for hundreds of years or particularly for 70 years? I don't think there's something wrong in that. It's my language, it's your language. As far as it works for me, for successful communication, I should not mind that. It may be English, it may be French, it may be Spanish or Urdu or Arabic or whatever. Sometimes we use Arabic to explain to them, they don't understand something. This doesn't mean I know grammar of Arabic or not translate. Some words we learn and speak same, that's all. Communication is important. If your communication is not done, you can't do. How will you instruct that person? So here we can improve. And for that I put many small videos of Hindi to English translation. So that this is not now, I did long before, more than a year before. But because I am not public man, I am not very famous, people don't know me, nobody cares for that, but still I say learn if you can. I am not expert. Just whatever I know, I try to include that for purpose of dissemination of information. If you get that, fine. If you are interested, because time is value, and I also use my time same way when I got some free time in my career, or when I use that time like this to learn more and more and more. What's the problem? It is your work. If you use your knowledge in work, you will be successful, not someone else. It doesn't matter this subject belongs to me or not, it belongs to me, means something if you know, you can use it. I am a civil engineer. It doesn't mean I have to work only in civil engineering. I can work in office engineering. I can work in coordination. I can every further activity requires additional knowledge, for which you don't have to go back to your college or university. You are yourself a college. Get it and learn it. It's not necessary you have to 100% learn it to some percentages. So we have to think that way. All that makes difference in management. When you work in field, some problem exists, some you can say issue comes to you. It doesn't matter if that doesn't relate to your profession. It can be interactive profession or it can be extra professional work. You have to study that as a part of your activity or job, and you have to work on that. No other way. You have to discuss with relevant person and find a solution. That's what is coordination. That's the interface. This is, I call coordination. We call it coordination. Coordination means whatever work you are doing, whatever items are there, whatever activities are there, you have to deal with them. If you say, no, I don't, who will deal with them? Somebody. So you deal with them. What's wrong? You are an educated person. You can read drawings, you can read specifications, and you can talk to people, you can write to people. You do that. Simple. Yes, time is required. You may need some knowledge also for that. Knowledge is earned by interaction. When you meet people, when you see their documents, you read your documents, you read specifications, you read contracts, you get that information available in true spirit and do work on that. Nothing shall make you a coordinator. You have to make yourself a coordinator or an engineer of office, because when you are in office you have to deal with all that. Office engineering is nothing but coordination engineering, interaction engineering, detailing engineering, transmission engineering, communication engineering. All that is somewhere a part of management. If that is missed, if solution is not available, your activity stops. Remember, if there is no decision, activity stops. It is pure instruction. Your solution must be available. If you cannot solve, somebody else has to solve. That is what is management. And once it is solved, it is done. If it is solved, it is done. And before it is done, it has to be solved. Otherwise, you will make mistakes. Certainly. There are so many items in our construction world. Maybe I don't know all. There are so many items. Every item is different. Every item is having different specifications. Every item is different procedure. We have to deal with everyone. Start from excavation or before excavation. Different items are there. You have to survey. Survey. It's not house survey or boat survey. It is engineering survey. It is site survey. It is geological survey. It is geotechnical survey. It is geographical survey. So many surveys are there. You have to learn about that. That's also part. Excavation. How you have to excavate? It's very easy to say, oh, excavation is going on. Excavation. Name itself dangerous. Itself name is dangerous. Excavate. You are making cave. When you excavate, it's caved in. How you know what is below? You do not know. There may be a fire line, fire extinguisher line, there may be an electrical line, high voltage, something else there, water line. There can be something there. You do not know. So you can say, I'm excavating. Means you have to consider that also, that point of danger you consider. Otherwise, you cannot manage excavation also. And you must know what is that strata. We call it strata, means of one material. Say some specific material is in some DAF, that's called one strata. If some different strata is on that, that's called different strata on top or bottom. I am talking of that. When I excavate, if I don't know there's rock here or there's sand here, this clay here, or below 1 meter is the water, or below 2 meters is the water. If I don't know that, how can I manage? You just think, oh, I can't simply go and start excavation. No, you must have a detailed report. That is called engineering. Somebody must have done that, or you do yourself. You have to know what is there below it. You have to know, designer has to know, everybody has to know, contractor has to know. This is work. But without excavation, you cannot do anything. Either excavation or reclaiming, both are there. Reclaimed land, you can say it's reclaimed. Okay, it's reclaimed. So you have to bring up to some levels. Means you have to raise it. For example, somewhere it's raised by 2 meters, by 3 meters or 1 meter, just to bring it to certain levels. Then you excavate that. You know that it doesn't stop. Even reclaimed land is excavated. Because when you reclaim it, you fill it and compact it in layers. You take big area, for example, Doha airport, lot of reclamation was done in that project. It took months for reclamation, filling and filling and filling and filling. Same thing in the many other projects it happened. Reclamation, raise whole level, filling and all filling, and many months left in filling and compaction, filling and compaction, and bring up to some level. Of course, after that you have to work again, excavate that reclaimed land. So you can't avoid that. There you know what is filling, so there's no service, you know that. So you have just to excavate. After making compaction, after making bring level, you are going again to excavate that. And that's the beauty of excavation. It would not work without that. So it's like that, means if you excavate, it's very simple item, and other items are very problematic. Hundreds of items do exist in our construction. We have to think for each item, we have to understand each item, we have to design each item. Only then we can say what we have to do. So this all covers a different type of study. It's not theoretical study, it's theoretical and practical study. Theory in sense, directions is there what you have to do, but you have to do, you'll find something else. You don't imagine soil is tested. A common man doesn't imagine, doesn't understand. Soil is explored. Sometimes we have to go to 20 meters deep, to 30 meters deep to see what's there. It happens. Sometimes we just go 5 meters deep to see what's happened. And sometimes when we know, we don't go deep. Because we know that. This is what I'm saying. It is complete different world. Where engineers spend their time. But people do not know that. People know what doctor is doing. Doctor is in operation theatre, is doing operation. In court, what our lawyer is doing, we know. What judge is doing, we know. We know all about that. What chartered accountant is doing, we know. But what these hidden engineers are doing, I should say hidden, because they are not accessible to public. They are a kind of hidden arrangement. People do not know what they do. But when something happens wrong, they say, oh, he did wrong, he did not care for that. That time we blame. This is common. Ignorance, neglect of work, and no care for work leads us to such kind of bad conduct, and where people get defamed. And one more problem in our country, if there is an accident, we just try to hide, we try to cover up. That's another problem. Our people want to hide something in name of zero accident, in name of zero means to say zero tolerance on quality, we say. We try to cover up everything. Oh no, it's okay, nothing was wrong. When there everything was wrong. Means we run away from scrutiny. And if you run away from scrutiny, you will run away from research and innovation. You will run away from that. People shall not know how work is done and how defects are caused. So that is also a part of management, but this should be clear. Means okay, there was a mistake, nothing wrong. Mistakes are happened. The question is, mistake was by virtue of itself or by carelessness or by human error. That must be considered, which is not done here. mistakes do happen. This is life. When you work, there will be, of course, certain mistakes, or you may say tolerance, exceeding tolerance, you can say. But when something falls or collapses, that is a cause of concern. And it's not that only in countries, our country it happens in many countries. It's nothing new. But those people accept that, we don't accept that. That is only difference. They say, yes, we investigated, we got this. Here we, of course, start investigation, but that report goes into dustbin. We do not want to show that we caused this error. And if you do not show you caused this error, you cannot learn. You can never learn. Everybody makes mistake, we know, but mistake should be clear. Yes, we caused this mistake, it should become a lesson learned. But we don't have lessons to learn in our records. You go and see companies, you will not find this type of record. We learned this from this project. Profession says every project should be recorded, where there was a mistake or there was no mistake, what degree of surveillance was applicable, how many inspections were conducted, everything should be on record. And what mistakes, how many errors happened, how many items were rejected, everything should be on record, so that future people who are in operations of those or who start new project, they should know how this could be avoided. This is lesson learned. Our lesson learning is negligible. We do not learn anything from lessons because we think only universities can teach, which is not true. We have a wrong conception. It is work that teaches you. Because university also takes teaching from these lessons. They don't bring from skies. They also collect from these mistakes. So do not worry about that. Learn yourself. You are teacher, you are professor, you are student. As far as work is concerned, it is your duty to learn and to teach to your juniors and to intimate to your seniors that this is required. This information should move from point to another point in all angles. No degree of shy. Yes, it is a mistake. What can I do? It happened. We'll solve it. Or we keep in future not to repeat it. That is called direction. But why to keep silent? No comments. No comments. No comments. Questions that. At least don't tell about press. You learn it. You record somewhere. Explain to people. It's happened by virtue of something. Just like generally people say, okay, we'll take care in future. So your chapter is closed. I'll take care in future. But if you every time say that, we take care in future, then your character, your professionalism comes under doubt. You cannot say all time. One time okay, two time okay, but if you are master of say, will live future, then you are politician, nothing else. You are not engineer. You are not engineer at all. I mean to say, just make little difference. Just get some difference in professional conduct, in carrying out works, with little more concentration than we usually apply, and with teaching our people, our workers. They cannot teach themselves. Yes, they can learn by working on that activity, but additionally they require teaching. I have experience. If you give a method statement to someone, because that's a requirement in profession, give method statement. Before it was not, but it's there. Okay, we give method statement after approval to our foreman, to our site boy. They don't understand that. Okay, they don't say, they'll say some pages fine, they understand nothing, okay fine. They start doing their way. Because we just give them document. We know this person is not well educated to understand this document, or we give them in their language. Okay, you are Tamil, you are given Tamil, but that's not possible. So if something is not possible to do, only thing is you call that person, explain to him one time, two times, until that person does not understand this. Until the person understands, fine. You can ask questions, have you understood? Yeah, fine. then you see performance of that person. If that person changes or that person applies that knowledge, this means you will certainly get some improvement on your quality. May not be 100%, but some improvement shall be seen there. And that's where we lack in actually. That's where we lack in. So my only purpose is that we have to enter into many inroads. To an extent, your safety and quality are earned, I should say, are achieved. Safety is also very important because safety is not so easy. Just wearing PPE is no means safety. PPE is only indication of safety, not actual safety. For actual safety, you have to work out every project, every activity, and that is where you arrange safety for yourself, safety for workers, and design safety, which is completely different. It's not personal safety. There's no protective design is different. There's a safety for work of material. Whatever permanent that applies to permanent material, not to temporary material. Temporary material also you can set safe for some days. Preparatory material is also until permanent work is done. There are two different kinds of safety: safety for temporary work, safety for preparatory work, safety for permanent work. Those safeties are actually linked to management. And that's why I always put, I have done some work on safety, some work, and I talked on that and put URLs on these tags. I just try to put on every video. If people are interested to go through that, they can, if they are interested. Otherwise, it's up to them. My aim is to place as much as information I can on this page. If you are interested or someone, they can refer. It's available around 25 more talks, small talks on that. And this also management talk is just in continuation from, and I'm trying to elaborate as much as possible, though it takes time. You may not have that much time, but you have privilege, you can watch anytime. That's your privilege. My privilege is that I have to continue until I finish that, otherwise it's not possible to communicate. But your privilege is there, you can watch it anytime, there's no bar. I cannot discontinue immediately. If I discontinue, videos discontinue. By accident it happens, okay, that's fine. Well, now if I keep on explaining like this, I'll finish all time. That I don't know. I want to use time as much as possible for positive action, positive requirement. Mr. Shiv Naidu Nuthi. Okay, welcome to Shiv Naidu. Mechanical engineer. Okay, good. So mechanical engineers are also happy. Alright, Mr. Ibrahim Suleiman. Okay, fine. Thank you all. Alright. I just was talking about some activities about project activities, like I had discussed with you. It was setting out an excavation, one activity I discussed with you, then then it was another one, that is hand excavation in addition to that. And I discussed with you blinding concrete, and I discussed with you protection of concrete or waterproofing. Also, foundation footings, preparatory works, and stub columns, preparatory works. I also talked to you about backfill works, and then grade slab or floating slab at plinth level. And I also discussed with you RCC columns work, then RCC walls works, and I also discussed with you RCC lift well wall works in details, which is very complicated, as well as RCC longitudinal stairs work. Then it was RCC suspended slab works, which I discussed in details, very complicated, of course, detailed one. And then I shared with you RCC pedestal footings for steel frames, and RCC footings blocks for steel frames, and then Yes, now this item is different one. It is checklist for RCC for DC generator and alternator foundation works. This is something, of course it is civil construction, but it's for support of generators, big generators, say 2500 kV, which is big one, and it is for sometimes not main power station, but you can say emergency power station, standby arrangement. I actually worked on such foundation long back. This was in 1983-84. It was in Sirte town of Libya, and I was posted there for 2 years in complete army base unit. And this I worked there on four such foundations. Designs were from was taken from France in those days. I think it was Sachem. I don't exactly remember which company it was, but I got these drawings and complete details from there in their own language, not in English. But we worked on that successfully for this power station, which had these four generators and foundations of generator, as well as fuel oil tank and radiators and buildings and so many other connections linked. At that time I did not understand that much, but this was a good project for learning, and I'm just today interested to discuss about this. Particularly in those days it was ordinary facility, no computer, nothing, no, only calculators and complete site work, no support except concrete. You get ready mix from somewhere or we mix ourselves. So this was different type of learning, and it's 83 84, you can say about 36 years back. So maybe now there are so many changes, yet it's for understanding item, we have to we have to be flexible, and if you understand that item, you can then further improve on that. And that's where we stand. And I showed you yesterday, but I'll remind you again this sketch first, then we talk, because if you know about the sketch, you can understand a better way. And this I'm now showing to you, which is a part of my book as well. This is a sketch, and that is here. If you see, I'll show you how this is sketched. I showed you yesterday as well. This this is a shed. If you see these columns here, 5 columns here and 5 here, and longitudinally there are many columns, and this shed contains in these 4 generators, these 4 foundations, with one long rectangle, 4 and 2 and one smart square. These are one foundation, combined foundation for both, that is wrapped for both. And this is generator foundation, you can see that here, and with pockets for bolts, anchor bolts, and this is for alternator. One is for generator, one is for alternator, and there are many cable trenches in between these foundations. This is a shed building, structural steel shed, and and also then you can see this here. This is a plan. If you see here, substation here in layout, and here is fuel tanks with radiators in between. Very simple design of some standby power station. This was used for army base, air base, you can say, not army base, air base. And if you see section of that, this is fuel pump here, and here is this section of that I showed to you. You can see this section. This a crab on gantry here, crab, and on that is below generator and alternator. And there's between generator and this foundation is a gap, and this foundation of generator and foundation of alternator, You can see there monolithic action. If you see here, alternator is directly fixed to foundation, but this foundation of generator is not directly fixed to raft, but with some isolation arrangement. I'll show you. This is your control room section. Control means there will have controls, maybe a switch gear or some other machines are installed. This is foundation here. This is simple section for reference, and it's written 4 into 25 kV diesel power station. This is one part of that, and other part is this other part. I'll show what actually it is. It's actually further detail of that, which you will know better than that one. You see some notes are given there for generator as well for alternator, and whatever is written there, and this is your generator. You can say machine foundation. Actually generator is a machine, electrical machine, to convert mechanical energy into electrical energy. Okay, I call. Yes, Mr. Oh, not there. Oh, hello. Call ended. So it's failed. Unless calling them, why? Okay. Alright. It's showing some call came undisturbed. So I have written raft there, if you can see, and there is an isolation arrangement between generator, concrete and raft. This is isolation, means whatever vibrations are produced by generator are taken by this foundation and not transferred to raft below. There is dampening of those vibrations. We call it dampen them and finish them. And this is alternator foundation. So this combined is machine foundation. One machine is vibratory, this is generator, and this machine is stationary, that is alternators. And I have written grooves there. Some grooves are there, which these grooves are actually. This is groove here. All these are grooves, and also here grooves. This is that. Dimensioning is not an issue here. And if you see that one here, as I showed to you, this all is hand drawn. So section is given here. This is typical detail of corner management, how this corner of this concrete block is provided. You can see it's written 25 to 40 mm polystyrene, right? Then some other item is there, RCC surface treatment. Actually this is the neoprene, and then another neoprene, and then PV polythene layer, and that's all vertical arrangement. And horizontal arrangement is different one, which is structural one. And this is your vertical isolation, you can say. It's written here, trench wall, then polythene, and then neoprene, and then polysulfide, etc. It's all written here. Different details are there. You can see that only for purpose of isolation, so that RCC is kept off. This is all treatment here, and if you go further, I'll show you another detail, structural one here. This is a structural detail. This is a frame actually, structural steel frame with many angles, etc. Angles are fabricated with complete designs, and a plate which they call lamina, mild steel plate, is welded onto those. This is actually connected to concrete of machine foundation, and below that is an isolation arrangement. You can see that here. You see MS frame portion is on top and remaining treatment follows. There's a isolation, you can say, isolation arrangement between heavy block, that is massive block, and foundation of raft, foundation. Then between there's this isolation treatment, and then also yeah, there's one more sketch which relates to this, otherwise I'll forget. This is internal working arrangement of this electrically operated crab working and moving on gantry girders, framed on gantry girders. This is detail of your fuel oil tank inside resting on the stick, and also protection when there's overflow. This is all protection valves. This is all about this. So what now I'm going to do is talk about that. Okay, let's talk on this. See if we can access here. Yeah. Now it says components involved are raft. All right, you have seen that. Components involved are raft, alternator foundation in thick column form, isolation between generator foundation and raft, and generator foundation on isolation on raft. Now what we have to see, let's just read it first, we explain later on. Ensure setting out on blinding is okay, means right. This is very general. Setting out, well, for excavation everything is there. We have done that, say imagine we have done that. Ensure setting out on blinding is okay. So we are starting with blinding, not with excavation. We assume excavation is there because there is no, already have talked that. Ensure reinforcements raft is correctly fabricated and placed within layout. You got my point? It says ensure reinforcement of raft is correctly fabricated and placed within layout. Now because we said blinding is done, which means we have done all other treatments there, we assume everything is there. So we start with structural activity. So reinforcement of raft is correctly fabricated and placed within layout. Ensure proper concrete covers are fixed. So this is also, we presume it is fixed. Ensure cathodic protection is carried out if so required. Cathodic protection, I explained before also. This is an arrangement where centralized control on corrosion protection is done. Cathodic protection means we provide a sacrificial anode in a structure which can be critical or non-critical. If it is critical, means this is very expensive, though it is sacrificial. For non-critical purpose, only small GI wire rope is added with some boss. So I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking where we have to fix one anode, and that anode is to be connected to centralized cathode. So we can control from the central control room protection of oscillations on water member on this steel, and steel never corrodes. That is a network of cathodic protection. This is that one. If it's required, we do that. Otherwise, we cannot do that. No need. So this is just a provision in that. So ensure cathodic protection is carried out if so required. Then ensure forms are erected rightly in plan to alignment. Now we are talking first that we did setting out, means we marked lines where our foundation is to be laid. Then we say ensure reinforcement of raft is correctly fabricated. We fabricated in our yard according to designs. That exactly is okay. We just lift that one because this raft is means there is no complication in that. We lift it and place on that the covers. This was required. Then concrete link covers are fixed. Then cathodic protection is carried out. It is required to do that because this cathodic protection shall come in a rope form with this catenic, this type of C-type stainless steel, C-type rings, long rings. They are fixed on every steel bar, and these are connected by rope which continues from top to bottom and then leads to a node. Get my point? If we start from top, say on every bar it comes in the C clamps, every bar comes, goes down, and then reverse side off goes to your place where a node is placed. That place. From there it's connected to network. So I'm talking that. Ensure forms are erected rightly in plan to alignment. Ensure concrete top level. These are, you can say, checks for raft. Now ensure alternator foundation rebars are placed in correct position because raft is common for both for alternator as well as for generator machine. So this combined footing, a kind of combined footing you can say, though it's raft, but also a combined footing because alternator is having big foundation and also your machine generator raft is also very big. So both are there. Then we have to make inspections on whatever is done as procedures, no need of defining again and again. You have to check lines, you have to check levels, you have to check steel reinforcement positions, and we have to whatever is there, we have to fix all positions, and we have to maintain top levels of concrete pour. All that is required, and if some other inserts are there, we have to take care of that also, though it's not much in this case. And then we can say that ensure concrete top level, ensure alternative foundation rebars are placed in correct position, pouring concrete and you can say pouring concrete and activities for defined period, curing activity for defined period. We have to pour this portion and we have to cure this portion of concrete for defined period, and because this is only maybe raft is not much, you can say 40 cm thick or 400 mm thick or 500 mm thick, depending, because it's not high rise or something, it's only machine foundation. Alternator is a little high, but weight of concrete and weight of machine that are required to be registered by foundation, and so concrete we can do. In those days it was not very many concrete advancements, so we used normal concrete, but now there are so many concretes are available, so many replacements of cements are available, so accordingly we can design the issue with PFA or issue with GGBS or what. So what question is pouring concrete into that, which is a, you can say, fast work, not very slow work. We have to just put starter bars of alternator and normal bars of foundation reinforcement, and we can do that, and we have to cure it for number of days as conventional. Then we have to start other items on top, and before that we have to provide waterproofing or concrete protection activity as we provide in basis, also for vertical. So I'm not going to discuss that, already I have discussed in many other talks about how to provide waterproofing or membrane for concrete protection from adverse impacts of soil in foundation. Now about first item, that is ensure steel plate mounted neoprene pads. Steel plate mounted on neoprene pads are fixed to raft. There's a detail in that. Means this is machine and we have to keep it separate in action from foundation. We have to keep it isolated for that purpose. For that purpose, we have to provide some kind of bearing, just like you provide bearings in bridges. Between column of bridges and deck of bridge, you provide a kind of bearing. Here too we provide some kind of bearing, and that is based, that's neoprene bearing. Neoprene is a kind of heavy duty rubber. Neoprene which is fixed on a steel plate. It's kind of steel plate on which you fix neoprene, and this steel plate is connected to raft by nails which are steel built. We call them concrete nails in our profession, but actually this material is steel, and high profile steel, and steel nails, not wrought iron nails, because other nails which we use for shuttering work or farm work, those are wrought iron nails. This is steel nails. This steel nails can penetrate concrete. So there are locations that these plates, these neoprene plates are designed, and these require to be fixed to concrete, already laid concrete of raft, once raft, hard hurdles, and we connect all those plates, neoprene bearings, you can say, those bearings in many numbers we put on in place of these grooves, or as defined in your drawing. I cannot say, it's the location of those neoprene plates is defined, and we have to fix them to concrete according to data given. Then we go further, and that is ensure steel plates mounted. Neoprene pads are fixed to raft using steel made concrete nails. These nails must do proper fixing of plates to concrete. This is one part. Then check that polystyrene rolls are spread. Polystyrene rolls are spread on areas, because when we did this we got material from them itself. This material they sent, and they just instructed all activities how you have to do, and we did that way. These nails must be, where talks of nails, then check that polystyrene rolls are spread on areas of raft, but pads so that prefabricated plates rest on polystyrene. Check the polystyrene rolls are spread on areas of raft, but pads means a whole area of raft without these neoprene pads is laid with polystyrene rolls. In those locations where you have put this, you have fixed these plates, neoprene pads, those places there's no roll, means you have to cut out from that roll locations of these pads and fix that one, so that prefabricated plates rest on concrete. Now provide a rubber sheath on whole system. The first one, polystyrene was laid and neoprene pads were fixed with nails, and now it says that provide a rubber sheath on whole system. Rubber sheath on whole system, so we completely cover that raft. Now raft means portion of machine foundation I'm talking, not alternate foundations, because alternate foundation is fixed with concrete monolithic one. Then provide a rubber sheath on whole system. Place following fabricated plate on laid system. Which fabricated plate I am talking, that I am going to explain. It says place following fabricated plate on laid system. That plate, fabricated plate I showed to you, that plate I am talking, again I can show you if you confusion, just no confusion, I'll show you better, so it's clear. I am talking about this plate, this I showed to you, this one. I am talking about this fabricated plate. It shall be, let me show you for just a moment. I'm talking about this plate. I'm not able to see that. This plate shall cover that rubber and that treatment which I just told you. So this is section here which I'm talking of. This is MS plate, and below this is the two layers, and these are pads. You can see these pads as well. They are different pads. I have different I think I don't have the details of exact locations of plates. Maybe some other problem. Let's see. So this is a little tedious, but not very difficult. We can get into this now. This steel lamina frame that I showed to you, now what it says? It says, first of all, check gaze, defined gaze. Though I got this material, there was no such need, but if you have to buy your material for this, you have to ensure that whatever is designed or given as specifications, you have to buy same one. Then you have to check various sections which are part of fabrication. Check sections of rolled steel to be included for frame fabrication, and then ensure proper setting out of lines for rolled steel section. I'm calling it structural steel, these frames, angles, all that. I'm talking about that, means ensure proper setting out of lines, then ensure proper marking on plate for welding. This plate, this lamina shall be connected, shall be fixed to frame of these angles or RS members. Ensure proper marking on plate for welding. Ensure welding operation is rightly carried out. Ensure provisions of lifting hooks and their locations. Lifting hooks means this plate, long one, shall be lifted by crane, and that's why we have to provide lifting hooks on that also. Plate should be placed such that lamina faces down. Lamina, I mean to say MS plate. It says this plate should be placed in such a way that lamina faces down and RS upwards, RS members upwards, to allow grip to upper concrete foundation. This is construction and fabrication of structural steel or mild steel framing. Mild steel framing to have plate fabricated to this one. So this was procedure. So what's procedure is checked thickness, or you can say gauge of plate, checked sizes of sections, RS, ensure proper setting out of lines of sections, ensure proper marking on plates for welding. Marking you have to give on yourself, or some technician should give that. Ensure welding operation is rightly carried on. Ensure provision of lifting hooks and their locations. This plate should be placed such that lamina faces down and RS upwards to allow grip. So then we go to now plate is towards bottom, towards raft. Plate faces towards rafts, and angle holds that. All angles hold that. So RCC works of generator foundation. Now these two activities we have done. One was raft activity, and other one is your activity of framing. And then because raft we have laid, and this fabrication with isolation we have laid, so we have to start work of generator foundation RCC. Now because this is machine foundation, this is massive block, this is not ordinary block. or you can say this is heavy foundation. We call it heavy construction. Reason is size is, you can say width is there 15 meters, probably in between 15 or something. It depends. The length is also considerably more. Thickness or depth is say around 2 meters, depends. So all dimensions of this body, this concrete element, more than 80 centimeter or 800 mm. This is not an ordinary member of concrete. This cannot be called ordinary thin member. It has dimensions 1.3, 1.2. This massive block is complicated one. Complicated in a sense, first of all, dimensions are more. Quantity is more than 8 cubic meter, and it has many grooves in this. Grooves means deep grooves that we have to put during preparation work, and there should be no concrete in these grooves. And also reinforcement is like machine foundation. It's on all faces in foundations, and there are many intermediary locations on which side of which is your drain on all sides. We have to provide those just to take good work in hands. Then we can say this is a kind of massive block which requires that type of concrete. Let's just think of, let's assume that this total foundation length may be 25 meter, and 1 meter for alternator and say 1 meter for trench. Let us say 23 meters we have, even let us 22 meters, let us say is length of this, or 21 meter. 21 meters is length of this machine foundation or machine foundation block, and width maybe 15 meters or say 12 meters, not more. So 22 into 15 or 12 into say 1.75 meters top. So this is about 462 cubic meter. We have to do 462. This is just an assessment. I want to say 462 cubic meter of 462 cubic meter of concrete you have to do in that. And how much was raft? Let's say raft was 25 into 15 into 0.4. It was approximately 150 cubic meter. So 150 cubic meter we are already done in raft, and this we have to do around more than 450 cubic meter. So this quantity is not very small, keeping in 1984. This is not very small quantity. And when you are not getting any ready mix, we did not get any ready mix for this. In those days, they were not, ready mix were not so common in 1983, 1984. This is all weight batching on site or volume batching on site as information was available. Because raft was not thick member, minimum dimension was less than 80 centimeter. It didn't come under definition of thick elements. Length was of course more, width was more, but thickness only 40 or 50 centimeter, which doesn't qualify in thick element. So I did not stress on that. That's ordinary thin member. But now we are dealing with alternators and this massive block. Alternator is also more than 1 meter in both directions. 1 meter, but depth is not that much, not 8 meters. So it is ordinary member as far as total concrete is concerned, because if you just take 1 meter, 1 meter, 1.2 meter, 1.2 meter, or even 1.5, 1.4, it's 2.25 into 3 meters there. It doesn't come into, if it's less than 8 cubic meter, it's not more than that, it doesn't come into class of thick member. But this one, which is 400 more than around 500 you say. This comes into definition of massive block, or you say that quantity, that structure requires controls, temperature controls, or you can say differential temperature controls, curing controls, all that this requires, because there are so much complication for your grooves as well. So many grooves are there, and we have to take care of concrete in this case in different way, because the temperature in those places there was hardly 35 in normal situations. So this very different one. We are doing yourself going in contact to some party to come and contact it. So that's okay. Now what it says, we move further. If we move over say, let's see, let us see how it works. Now it says, make sure, see, I have written this myself for point to point talking, so that we should not move here and there. Make sure reinforcement of generator block is placed in right location in form of multi-layer meshes, because this is machine foundation. Machine foundation says that all part of its sides and volumetric space be provided with steel, and sometimes we can say that so many kilogram for per cubic meter quantity. That's one part. The other part is also that we can check bending moments, vibrating forces, shear force or whatever, or all per requirement of designs. But you see, we are providing so much steel in that, in top and bottom and sides and internally, that this will satisfy meet requirement of forces coming into that the actual area. What it says then, make sure reinforcement of generator block is placed in right locations in form of multi-layer meshes. So this is in different locations of space to protect from cracking as well. Multi-layer meshes are there. Ensure that reinforcing bars are placed inclined with design details whatsoever. Rebars, reinforcing bars are placed in line with design details whatsoever. Make sure that vertical forms are erected on all sides of face. Yes, that's okay. Make sure that vertical forms are erected on all sides of block, and make sure that the good fixing arrangements, and make sure concrete cones are fixed correctly, and check top alignment and plumps. Check setting out for anchors, bolts, locations for blockouts. Check block out truncated formwork, and check these blocks out as fixed in position and are truly vertical. Make sure about cathodic protection is, if so required. In case of cathodic protection, continuity test shall be conducted, conducted activity of pouring. Right, now what actually this means, which said, what actually this means, you have to understand that first before going further, because this is very important element for fresh people. So this element requires a lot of attention nowadays. First of all, you have to take into consideration grade of concrete here. Though grade is not that much important for strength here, its massive block weight is more important, yet grade is taken into consideration normally. It should be around M40 these days or M35 these days. Then reinforcing bars in this case are very important because these bars are not located only on surface of top steel, you can say, or bottom steel, you can say, or sides steel, you can say, because it's around 1.75 meter deep, and in width is say 8 meter deep, whatever that means. I'm saying width and height and length. We have not to consider only these dimensions, but spacing of bars. Here you cannot simply say this force is coming on this, because this steel requires real distribution so that stresses do not concentrate, and if there are stresses, this cannot remain there unduly, or should be there per requirement, so that there is no crack formation. So in layers you will say top layer, there's no top layer, actually 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer, 4 layer, like that. Many layers are there in different, maybe 4 layers on top and 5 layers on top, and there's the internal different type of layers. And then sides still like that, means not necessarily you will have rings in that, you can provide steel there, then off vertical many layers, this side and that side. So it is a complete mesh of 3-dimensional space. Space distribution of steel according to design. This, if you just give to some foreman of steel fixing, you cannot even rely on that. Better you stand there and direct, because there will be different types of rings and different types of angles and different types of L and different types of steel bars, and how to fix them is also, you cannot start fixing blindly. This you have to comply with design, and you have to think how to bring which bar first, or bring a ring first, or bring this first and that first. Means you have to completely first take in all these bars into your system, and layer by layer you decide, after fixing your sides, 4 edges you have, after fixing glass you have. This steel arrangement, though looks very complicated, but if you start doing that, you'll find this interesting. This may take some time of your act, but it should be correctly done. It's in a way that you can even enter this position. If you have there will be some access that you can enter this into your body of steel, just to also change something, where there's some error, you can enter into that. And before that, you can say you cannot close these sides. Then you have to, once you think that your job is over, this has been instructed, you have another job here, that you apply or talk to someone, because so congestion of steel reinforcement there, layers by layers by layers by layers in both ways, and on sides and ends, and you come out of that. After doing all, you start fabricated shutters, bring down into your area, and you must have placed this order before, so that it must be done now, because it also takes time. Shutters do take time. So probably before starting of your work, you started that work in your garage or your store. Then onwards, after doing this, you have to see further. Means in this you have to fix your all 4 sides, longitudinal 2 sides and other cross-sectional 2 sides. This is very important material. It cannot avoid your presence, your concentration in this. Now what it says, It says alternatively now, as I said, cathodic protection may be required. You have to decide about that. And alignments you have to check for this homework. As said before, alignment is always a question mark. This is big size, and you have to keep 1 meter away from this, if so possible. Now, four sides, alignment is a must. Alignment, what you say, let us see again what I said. I said ensure that rebars are placed in line with design details whatsoever. Then I said make sure vertical forms are erected on all sides of block. We have fixed that. Make sure they are good fixing arrangements. Yes, you have to arrange them. Now the question is, we don't have that length of bolt, so we have to depend on others alternatives for shutters. Then make sure they're good fixing arrangements, and make sure concrete covers are fixed. Then check top alignment and plumps. Check setting out for anchor bolts, location for blockouts. Check blockout truncated framework, because these frameworks, your pockets are coming, you have to fabricate also all those frameworks. So whatever depth is given by bolt, this must be on drawing, so you have to fabricate shutters for this. You can say a kind of blockout for anchors, and this must be hung over. This must be hung over in that. This must be there in steel where concrete is going to come. This is that. Then you say make sure concrete covers are fixed correctly. Check top alignment and plumps. That of course you have to. When the alignment is okay, then you have to fix covers of steel and delay and do this. Then it's not very complicated. Yes, just a quantity of work. Then check top alignment and plumps, and check setting out for anchor bolts, locations for blockouts, which is a very complicated one, because you cannot change that at all, and moreover it's deep one. Then check blockouts, truncated formworks, and check these blocks out, some fixed in position. Check these blocks which are already fixed, and then vertical and the horizontal numbers used to go. Now cathodic press I told you. Now what it says follow all operations as are required for a come with addition of provision of pockets for blockouts. Now let's move further. It says then pouring, after all this is over, pouring and curing. Alternative foundation works are there later on. Now what it says, pouring, and not pouring of this means mass footing, massive block. You have 400 cubic meter of pouring in this. There are vertical boxes also for this, which are deep, one maybe more than meter. So it is a complicated pour. You cannot touch these boxes or relocate position, and you have many grooves in one direction, possibly in this direction. You have to discuss with before placing order batching plant in current scenario I am talking, because this is different concrete, massive block, and this is a what to do now, how to really think of 400 cubic meters. You have to mix on site, but if you are getting full plant, fine, it's okay. You have to decide method, how to pour it. 175 deep, let us say, or more, and if you keep layer of 40 or 30 centimeter, how many layers would be there? How many layers would be there? That's the point. I showed to you some method last time. Let me just go there if I can find here quickly. Let me see if I can find here. That's the one. Just there is one. I can hold people like this. Yeah. I saw here, I could not say this one. I don't know where it's gone. Mistake somewhere. Use that file. What's that? I think I missed that file somewhere. I got it, yes. Mass block. Let us see. Go to one. Yes, one is there. It's like I'm just trying to show you two files. So one is this one. Just another foundation, but same type because this a longitudinal section here. This is another foundation. I'll show you another one also. Just see what we plan for. If you see these rows and columns, these are actually those sections we are going to pour. These are layers and parts of layers. You can get my point, I think. What I'm saying is this is a layer. Wait a minute. You see, I have written a strip, this strip, that is written there, and cubic meter contents are also shown. Width of this is shown separately. These tires are showing that, for example, this is number 1 I have written somewhere, this is layer number 1, then there's layer number 2, and then 4, and then 6, and then there's 3 on top of that. So this is sequence we are showing how can this move. That sequence is specifically for such works are very important. I will show you on the file. That's it, Say this is another file. It's a really raft, but big raft. How sequences are shown here, you see. This type of sequence we have to follow. This is a section. The sequence section, and this is plan. This is more important. Like this we have to revise our section. Now what I am saying is, we have to define ourselves how we have to move on this pole. As I said, we have to move in this way. Means this is your block here. We have to move steps in like this, means not whole, in pitches. Means 170 or 175 means, let us say 40 or 35 centimeter. So 5 or 6 or 7 layers should be there in every 2 meter. If you say 2 meter width or 1.5 meter width, we have to consider that thickness first time. Then we have to second layer. Then we have to just third layer on first layer. Then we use another layer. Like this we have to move, so that we move. Let us say this is. Let us say now this is one. This one layer here. Then another step should be this. Step should be this. Step should be this. In profile, as we said, is said like this. This is vertical, this is horizontal, this is vertical, this is horizontal, this is vertical, this is horizontal, stepping form, just like we construct step. Why is this? Because it is concrete. We cannot simply leave it to thickness, whole thickness. That's not a proper way. People are doing that, but that is not the proper way. I can't say that they will get results from that. But in this case also, we have to fix those steps. Let us say we start at one corner and fix 2 meters, 1.5 meter width, and whole layer we without shuttering, we have to pour that by ready-mix plant or by our own mix. Then we have to move to another layer parallel to that and do it, and then again come back to first layer, do it, and then maybe next one in third row we can place, and then follow back. By that way, it will take few hours just to pour. Means we get that person 5 or that person was ours just because 5 years for us. Now after that, once you lay layer, you have to compact that layer. That's very important, because it may be PFA based, or it may be microsilica, or it may be GGBS. That depends upon how you are taking. And you check this gate pass or plant gate errors accordingly. In layers, you have to pour and compact at the same time. All these layers, you have to make sure that in addition to this, you have to complete all 4 of that compressor, keeping in view that layers are one above other and one side by side, but joints are hot. One joint, other joint. This should not be cold and hot, but hot and hot. That's required. That's called avoid cold joints. Cold joints cannot act in monolithic action. Hot joints means when concrete temperature is hot, not minimum but maximum whatever it can take. In this case, because it is massive concrete, maximum temperature can be not more than 24 degrees Celsius. That is limit of such a member. You have to make sure that your temperature does not exceed 24 degrees Celsius, and on lower side not less than 5 degrees Celsius, This means this is neither freezing nor very much. Because this concrete is mass one, this concrete shall produce heat, but we have to control temperature, otherwise much heat is there. We have to delay setting of heat, setting of concrete, we have to delay to that extent. We should not think that in one day it will set and harden, it will gain strength. Let it take its own time, and we can provide these days various levels thermometers. These are called rising filing thermometers. We can put on various sketches so that these sketches meet. uh, This temperature, if your area is high in temperature, you cannot achieve this. For that, either option is do this work early morning or do this late evening or night. Or if you have to do it otherwise, you have to use ice in your water for mixing concrete. Ice you may meet, but question is ambient temperature. That temperature is controlled. If it is more than that, 32 degrees, then you cannot do that. So only way is evening or morning, early morning. If there is a problem on that, you have to think about, because this is vibratory machine foundation. This is not ordinary, and it shall take time for this. Then it's going to be us. Now you are laying in layers one by one, duly compacting that by vibration and putting temperatures there, thermometers there. Because it is deep, it's quite wide, you cannot allow varying gradients among concrete particles. Let us say in each layer you are keeping, or in alternative layer you are inserting in these temperatures, in these thermometers, which are available in different modes. This goes into concrete and give readings from time to time. This temperature would tell you what sort of heat is being released by this concrete. If release is, temperature is delayed due to some reason, then that release won't come to you. That will be behind 5 days. Now, if say there is much difference in temperatures of top layer and bottom layer, question arises why? Much gradient is dangerous for concrete. Let us say outside temperature is 30 degrees and inside is 24 degrees, 23 degrees. Okay, not much difference. Bottom temperature when you laid first layer and top layer that you lay, you are recording temperature very well. Bottom was first one, top is last one. So if you start work in evening time, early morning time, your temperature at ground must be something. Your weather is changing and you are getting heat. But this heat should go to help your body. You have to see that way. No cracking should be seen on concrete. And once you finish this concrete pouring, you have to be careful for its curing. Because if you just pour water on concrete and flood on that, this would not work. Because water cannot reach all parts of concrete with depth 170 centimeter. Of course, on to pockets, say pockets are there, Water would enter in pockets, but that can affect only surrounding of the bolt system, not it will not affect you. This block has to be protected actually. Curing, what current technology says, water flooding would not work here. You need separate arrangement. We have to think, how can you do it? There's a transition from uh, representation. You mean to say that whatever heat is generated inside body of this block, that heat should not be allowed to go out. There's water, there's cement, chemical reaction works, it operates, but this heat generated within should not be allowed to atmosphere. You have to manage that. How to manage that? That is a critical point. How to manage that? That point requires engineer's mind, and you are an engineer. When you are using water for curing, your contemplation is that there is generation of heat, evaporation of water exists, and to replenish that you are adding water to that one, and you call it curing. Now it is reverse. I don't want to allow this evaporation of water. I don't want to allow that. I want whatever water is there available in this cement should not go waste, should not be wasted. So what is solution think of? If you just spray water, it will not work. Because maybe 48 hours you take out all sides as conventional practices, maximum of 48 hours vertical members, and you just keep on water on that. Yes, you use water on top, on sides, and where it will go away. It will go away. And it will take out internal heat also, because outside temperature is low because of water, inside is high, the higher heat will flow toward outside and it will destroy that. You have to stop it. Think of how. I explained before also, maybe you were there that time, I don't know. We are going to cure this using heat. Not steam, heat. Which heat? We are going to use its own heat generated by chemical reaction between cement and water. Cement and water, or whatever form of cement we used, supplementary material added, supplementary cement added like GGBS. So this heat of concrete that we got, we generated, this must be stored within this mass rather than being released. We have to capture this heat, not to allow it to go. Can you do that? This was also a question to me when I was working on a project in Abu Dhabi, Rois. It was 2000, I think, 2, like that. I was doing foundation of one compressor, big compressor, and it was about 500 cubic meter, like this type of block. And I wrote one method statement because that's a mandatory. And I just reflected something in that, but there is questions. Our manager, our head of project conferred this person from that company, this oil company, operator company, he raised some question about this issue. You see, there are people who are intelligent everywhere. Our manager could not understand this question, and he has shown like some face, means as if I never heard this. That engineer wanted, I want thermal curing. Have you ever heard this? Said, I require thermal curing on this element. Then I talked to him, oh, you want thermal curing? Yes, I want thermal curing. What do you want? You don't allow this water to go away. Simple it is. Name is thermal, and that thermal is right also, because we are dissipating in normal concrete this reaction water to evaporate, to go out, and we add more water to replenish that deficiency. Here we are not allowing to this water to go out. It's reverse. We say heat is generated is fine. I am not going to add water into this. I want this heat to stay there. Stay there. And when I say heat stay there, it's not going out, then what for I want to put water on that? If I contain that heat within this mass by whatever method and wait, it will automatically gain strength because its energy is not going out. Heat energy is not going out. This means in layman terms, we have to pack this foundation. Pack, already sides are packed. All four sides are packed by shuttering. Bottom is packed. Top portion, you can say exposed concrete or unformed concrete, means unshuttered concrete, unformed concrete is exposed. So what we need? We have to cover it so that it doesn't allow heat come out. That can be any material. We cover with polystyrene, or we cover with some sand bedding and put something on that. Some thick sand bedding on that, say 3 inches or 4 inches, 100 mm. We put it sand and then cover it polystyrene, or we first put polystyrene and cover it sand and cover it. We cover it in the way we seal it. If you seal top portion of that perfectly and keep surrounding temperature, 4 sides of shutters and top cool by whatever means. If temperature is down, it's fine. If you think temperature of air is not down, we can just keep by spraying around water, by spraying hose or something, and put water on top also, though it will not go in, yet top portion is cold. What says that do not allow heat to go out, do not allow heat to come out from sides, keep it cool. Your heat would cure concrete automatically. So we did that. We used all that. We arranged this metal from here in polystyrene, we arranged sand, we arranged script completely on that, and we just sealed that. And if you thought temperature high, you spray outside of shutter some hose pipe and water, so it goes off. It doesn't touch concrete. Just keep it cool. If you see temperature of shuttering, just check what temperature is. Oh, it's more cool. If time of leave it, yes, leave it. So we did this for 3 days there. We did that for 3 days continuously. And in 3 days generally, whatever had to happen would happen. After that, it's normal 3 days or 4 days, or let us say 1 week. If you are so doubtful, let us say 1 week. 1 week we do it, and after that forget it. After you have to remove shutters, remove all this you did, and spray curing compounds, and that's it. Forget something else. See, on oil projects, these materials are not very concernable. You have to spend money if you want good quality, because machines are very expensive. Foundations are not that expensive in comparison to price of machine. So these are normal, and they don't go into such a way, oh, I have to use curing gum. No, they use it. It uses because the foundation fails in future, it cause some problem, you have to stop whole plant. Liability exceeds. So you can use curing compound on concrete and your work is over. When test your concrete, you'll find okay. That is process of that is procedure of thermal curing using thermal energy within concrete that is generated after reaction between water and cement, that energy to be confined within itself, parallel to autoclaving. Though it's not autoclaving, autoclaving is steam curing, but it is also a kind of steam, heat energy, which is captured within, held there, used for curing. It's not that, but a kind of similar action. This is defined as thermal curing. So there is one water curing, there is one thermal curing, there is one curing compound curing, there is one steam curing. Various types of curings are available depending on which application one suits. That is engineer to decide, and this is called application. And if you successfully do that, moreover, first of all, there is low heat cement, low heat generation cement, GGBS replaced cement or PFA replaced cement or microsilica silica fumes replaced one. Whichever we do, that result or that delivers quality concrete. And if you prevent cracks formation, yes, it will take time certainly because it is low heat cement. But in such situation, when you have massive blocks, you are not going to use load on that immediately. It will take time. First, if you have machine on site, which is generally not available when you do fabrication or concreting work, machine is not available. Whatever machine comes in, and when it comes in, even then you cannot install on that until you are ready for its mountings, whatever you get from them, or no mountings, then you have to grout between base of machine plate and concrete. You have to grout that. If it is vibratory machine, you have to grout with epoxy mix or epoxy mortar, or if it's stationary vessel, you have to grout with cement mortar, not cement mortar, means ordinary low shrinking mortar, you can say low shrinkage mortar, which is having polymerized cement in this. Low shrink, not cement mortar, low shrinking mechanism, low shrinking mortar, and in vibratory mode it should be epoxy grouting, epoxy mortar, and this low shrinkage. These two types of chemicals are used to fill space between base plate of machine and concrete of machine. Only after that sets, that grouting works, you have to fill on top of that all. This is for particular portion I am telling you, and remaining whatever is required you have to do if according to this season. And by that time, concrete is old, more than 28 days old, or you get machine and they have to install machine, it takes some time. So time of this concrete got less relevance to day when you install your machine. And even if you install that machine, say installation is not final answer, it's not final day. Installation followed by pre-commissioning and post-commissioning, or commissioning or testing and commissioning. That time only full force would come on foundation. I mean to say, if it is vibratory machine, full operating frequency shall work only that time, not before. It may be 3 months, 4 months, who knows, 5 months. So by that time your concrete shall gain complete strength, and your design of natural frequency and difference of operating frequency shall not harm it. because it achieves its more than 100% strength, and generally it happens. So I don't think there will be any problem, and generally you will meet in your life if you work on development projects or oil projects or some such project where heavy foundation is required, heavy structures are required. This type of work is done. This was one example of generator foundation. But I am saying there can be crack depth foundation, compressor foundation, which is having a monolithic type of structure. I will show you later on. I'm just referring for just a correlation between two. You will find same type of heavy foundation in that. Big excavation, big foundation, maybe 500 cubic meter, big massive block with so much steel in that, with all four sides and complete cathodic protection, all that. You will find in that, you will pour that, leaving dowels for columns for tabletop. These big columns support tabletop. There is a tabletop, so this composes of tabletop, columns and foundation. These three elements compose your compressor foundations. All this is mass concrete, thick concrete, massive concrete. Foundation is having a dimension more than 80 centimeter and about 500 cubic meter, let us say. So already is massive block. Then every column is big one, thick element, complete 12 meter high column, thick element more than 8 cubic meters. Every column is thick. It must be having some central, these tags, or I would say, it is a word of that steel plate with some bolts in that. It's called tanks. These tanks may be on two sides of this column, thick plate with bolts. You have to fix in that for some reason, technical reason. And on top of these columns, there is a tabletop on which is a very complicated beam actually. This is big thick beam around those all columns, thick columns. And in this, not solid block completely, but framed one. This tabletop is framed on a kind of horizontal frame with many sections in that, on which there is a grouting and on which there is your compressor. That is called tabletop of many machines. This is one example I have shown to you. I'll show you later on. I'll just talk to you. That is massive structure, which is a big one, because compressor is heavy machine, vibrating machine. I have an experience of 3 such machines, and this generator, like that I saw one in LNG tank foundations. Means you learn like that. Nothing is given in books as such. You have to learn from field. Field is a teacher. It's a degree. Every project is a degree. You cannot simply, you can define that probably because you explain that. It's not simply like a dog I learned their own, I saw that and forget that. You have to go through specifications. You have to go through, possibly if you have document of design, why it was done like that. It has to be done. Understood, probably. Then I had many disputes with some people also. One person provided very complicated details. You cast this one, then don't cast this one, then you cast this one, yet don't cast this one. There was much argument on some design which came from England. I was not convinced with that design. I said, no, it's wrong. Why do you want to cast in different sections? When it is possible to cast one time? Which engineering theory says that you cast in 2 or 3 sections? Refer to this one. I said, no, I will not go across this one. I will not do this one. This is wrong. If it is possible, if you cast monolithic, it's best. It's not big quantity. Section is thin. Why you want to jump into this, leave this, do this, leave this? What for? What you are going to achieve that one? Though I was not there that time, they redesigned it. Okay, cast one time. I mean, you are just copying paste something. If somewhere written something for some reason, you just copy it. Think before copying. This is purpose of design. You just made my life difficult by saying cast. Because I have to arrange that differently. When there's no use, why should I waste time in this? You do this portion, leave it, then you do this portion. I have to prepare accordingly. It's not easy. I have to provide joint there. It's child game. Construction joint in deep foundation or deep structure, and then passing still through that is joke. Be practical. Go to site and see problems. And if you cannot do that, don't design. Just sitting in office and designing, creating problems for side people would not work. Then they will not care for you. They will do their way. What do you say? Try to be with them. Yes, design is okay. You are designers, but that person is also knowing something who works on site. He has to make sure that construction is not very difficult. We have to be buildable people. We have to do it construction in a convenient way. So, well, I'm just giving an example how we do, how we can avoid complexities on site. Because if you cannot work comfortably on site, maybe you miss vibration. You miss something else. It can happen. Constructability, buildability with convenience is very important. Otherwise, your design does not work. On which you spend days and night finding best design, best section, but side guy is worst. That guy understand nothing. Consider that person donkey. Simple. That person would not think of your design when he is on site. He will just do according to his choice and destroy your design. You want destruction of design or you want acceptance of design? Make it buildable. That's why I say construction ability must be there. So you keep it construction worth. Otherwise, heavy structures cannot be built. Yes, that's why I want to communicate. Now I'll close it. It's already too late. So I think all over there. Let me see. I'll take leave of all you and let us move for next point. Thank you all who join later. Engineer Amit, welcome. Engineer Dinesh, welcome. Bashir, all that. Thank you very much for your time.